stream. Make sure all the streams are running, then we'll get into this game. Because as usual, I got to, I have to do a little warm up before I can just jump in and, we'll switch over. Jump in and start attacking the main boss. Right? I can go straight to the final boss, but it's going to be a, crap show. For sure. I don't need to log into the Sekiro server. I can play it offline. I'm purposely not paying for Game Pass at the moment. I don't need it. I'm saving myself some money. All right. We're not going straight to the boss. I'm not putting up with that craziness right off the bat. All right, I think we're ready. I'm gonna travel around and get a little bit of practice in. Some of these areas I really despise. Well, welcome in everybody. Tonight we are playing Sekiro. I will be doing the final boss. This is our third stream on the final boss. Well, actually, last stream was the first full stream. Before that, it was like I played him a couple times, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I need more in my life." Interesting. By the way, I never did go and dive all the water areas. The fact that he can just breathe underwater, does he have some kind of thing in his mouth? He does not. Hi, princess. Fighting evil by moonlight. Live and love by daylight. Never running from a real fight. She is the one named Princess Moon. Is a fish running away? That's weird. There's another one. He does run away. Take that, fish! Dude, wait. Why have I not done more water combat? Why do they have this entire thing where you can, like, dodge underwater and stuff? But I've never had to do any real water combat. I'm doing good. Did a lot today around the house. And it just, you know, I'm ready to relax now. Get my drink on. Tomorrow's a full rest day, but I have to edit videos. I am so far behind on where I need to be for editing the travel stuff. And I gotta make some new content. And I gotta do clips. Very crazy. How's Princess? You got kids or no kids? Kids or no kids, Princess? I don't know where to go. Kids. It's a kid weekend for Princess. This is a no kid weekend for me. And Amanda's not here. My wife left me. My dog's mad at me. Because I gave her a bath. I had to sell my car. And all I got left's this whiskey. My entire life is a country song. All right. Let me go somewhere else that has stuff for me to fight, I guess. Well, if you're just joining, welcome in, everybody. My name's Jason with House Jacobs. Tonight we're doing Sekiro with a twist. It's called Sekiro because I drink while I play. I am out of sake, but I do have bourbon. So, it's like, kind of like American sake. That's what we're going with. Woo! I'm getting blowed up. This is how we're starting off tonight, boys and girls. Sure, I'm glad those guys are invincible to that. Scheiße! This is, it's my life tonight. Wait. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm being over dramatic. I did have to sell my car, but it was like my old car. I bought a new one. I thought I posted pics in Discord of the new car. I'm just being over dramatic. Amanda went to see her granddaughter. My kids are at their other parents' house. My dog is mad at me. I did give her a bath, so she's not happy with me. And then I did sell my car, but it's because I got a new one, and so I didn't need the old one anymore. Game Sekiro. I'm trying to get warmed up for the final boss, but these guys are using a lot of stuff. Ow! No! Stop it! Yeah, it's my own fault. Well, guess I gotta drink now. Oh, Princess! You can do the Death Plus thing. That's what I get for dying. I have to drink. Yay, we've died 914 times. Yay. I want to know how they know I'm right here. I just snuck around the back of this building. We're gonna make it to 1,000 tonight. Jerks. All of you are jerks. Bro just blocked my sword with his hands. If I'm going to die... Well, if I didn't die, how would I drink? Just without a death? Like just pick up the glass and drink without dying? It makes no sense. Why would anybody drink like that? That's the dumbest thing. Like, I need to die to drink. I can't just drink it like this without dying. This isn't a thing. It doesn't work that way. By the way, I don't mean to die. It's not my intention. I took a bunch of extra drinks just to prove a point. Now, throat's kind of burny. Is your sister at your house tonight? She'll play for me. Oh, is that how it works? I can just get somebody else to... Jesus! Excuse me, jerks! I'm trying to talk to my chat. Ridiculous. Oh, your sister? Your sister from another mister? She's the dark side of the moon? Hold on. I'm fighting a guy with a centipede in him. It's really weird. Oh, he got me. There we go. Takes care of that. Alright, I think I'm sufficiently warmed up. I've had a few sips. We've gotten some fighting in. Oh, hello, wolf. Oh, hello, wolf. Any more? I hear another one. Well, if you're not going to come after me, then you're not worth my time. More wolves? Oh. Sneaky girl. They distracted me with two other ones so it could jump me from behind. A velociraptor. Very scary. Alright. Alright, here we go. We begin. Now we begin the boss fight. Take a sip of my monster. Sip of my bourbon. Put it in a pouch. I'm ready. We gotta change this music up. There we go. For those of you on Twitch, enjoy my workout. My workout playlist. For those of you on YouTube, sorry, you just get the game sound. Lock in a second here. I didn't lock in good enough. But I drink monsters. That's a piece of crap. It's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. Okay, all the streams are working. I usually let it go a bit to make sure everything's stable. Says it's stable. Feel like a monster. I would go back to streaming on more things like Rumble and Kick and stuff, but then I had to have up more chats. The chat integration is not great across all the platforms. I feel like OBS has done a good job, or actually Atom Vertical has done a really good job integrating the chats. The only reason that my chats talk to each other, though, is because my house bot's smart enough to move the chat back and forth. So there's nothing that integrates it like that. I had to come up with coding to do that. This guy.
Sekiro.
Wind scar, he says. We love Icy. Do we? Do we actually love him? I don't. This is my first try tonight, so. Ah, I didn't dodge. I mean, I'm getting the fight down more. Oh, I gotta jump that one. I know it may not look like it, but I really have come a long way. I really have. Princess, death, please. Yeah, if you know, so yeah, I gotta get his timing down. Don't try to deny what you feel. Thank you. That was death 915. We only gotta get 85 more. How you doing tonight, Mr. Armor King? He really commits to that Mortal Blade. Ah, damn it. I was too close to heal last time. Your sister doesn't even know what the hell she's talking about. They make you get so good at fighting against Hero. They do.
Sekiro.
My own fault. Okay. Oh my god, dude. House spot. No, I don't need a hard mode. I mean, look, I know there's a lot of people that love this game. Truthfully, this is probably a one and done run through for me. I have no intention of replaying it. Come on, I dodged that. Bro, that guy just shot through me like a bullet. Very wrong. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I want to get that way with Bloodborne. I really like Bloodborne and Elden Ring. I deserve to die. That was disgraceful. I wasn't even gonna try to recover from that. No, wrong button. Man, when he commits to a move, he really commits to it, doesn't he? Like it goes the same direction, everything, dude.
Sekiro.
Excuse me. I gotta learn to do something with that. Is there like a count I can do, or? That's a jump move. I really have to learn that, whatever that is. I almost had him down too, now it's all the way back up. I am not there. I am beside it. Son of a bitch. This game, bro. This is how it is tonight. I almost thought of going and just farming a whole bunch of those little things so I can... So when I do my Mortal Blade, it actually hurts. But I'm not even going to use the Mortal Blade very much. Oh my god. On Aishin. Oh! Just kill me, bro. Well, you can get this one. There you go. Time's up. Over now. Slap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes rabbit. He dotes. But I don't know the words. I thought about trying to learn all the words to this song. I refuse to heal on him. I am not healing on him anymore. I refuse. I'm just gonna get good. Music, the moment you want it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow. Just Goose Fraba. Goose Fraba. I think I'm actually dehydrated today. Like drinking this monster just making my mouth more dry. Same with the whiskey. Let me get a water. I went to the gym this morning and I was outside for like 2.5 hours in the sun. I don't think I drank enough water. It was only 104 today. You know, it's just kind of warm. Adjust myself. Why is my Discord being weird? Discord. Hello? Why won't it come up? That is weird. My Discord doesn't want to come up. Is Discord down? No, it's up. Interesting. That's weird. Hold on. Really? No, come on. What am I doing wrong? This is... Technology, technology, why? Why do you fail me at every chance you get? Yo, what's up, fancy man? Why won't my Twitch or my Discord come up on my computer? It'll only come up on my phone, and my phone's not letting me do what I want to do. I just wanted to put something in. Alright, I'll just wait, I guess. No, it's opening, but it stays blank. How you doing, buddy? Cheers.
黒様俺がアシナを生かす
No, I stayed. No. I'm refusing to heal on this guy. If I die, I die. Die a warrior's death. There it is, I died. Yeah, I closed it and reopened it. It's just weird. It's acting like my shortcut I have doesn't work. But I just went to the actual app and where it's stored on the computer, and it also just comes up and it's blank. I was just attempting to post, man. I just wanted to post. Good.
Sekiro.
The pain, dude. PC drops like 20 fans if you have Discord apps, so only... Oh, you're good. That was a cool move. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have stayed still. Oh, he punished me for that. I forgot I can't attack him while he's doing that. This is episode 21. Maybe. So, you know, a few months. I also went on vacation, or I went to work for a couple months too, yeah. Death plus, please, princess. You gotta keep up tonight. The boys aren't here. They're all slacking.
Kuro-sama.
久しいな巫女の忍び。
That was death 921.
俺がアシナを生かす
There we go. I no hit him. Hey, what's up, Raz? We were just oh, and River. I called. I said the boys aren't here, and then poof, they showed up. What's up, fellers?
Sekiro.
Welcome in. He gets his poise back so fast, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Boo! Oh, it was margarita night? Scheiße! Oh, it's all good, River. I'm a good man. Raz beat you to it. It didn't count twice. There's a 30-second timer on it unless you're me. Thanks, fellers. How was Rita's tonight, sir? How's everybody's weekend been going, by the way? I did a crap ton of stuff. Past couple days, actually. For those of you in the Discord, you might have noticed a few extra channels. I made a gym room. And it has like that's where I was putting fitness stuff now. And there's like 3 apps that I'm using to like, thank you, to like help stay motivated and to include myself. Chicken! So I went ahead and added in like the apps and referral notices and stuff for them. I thought it'd be cool if we could all do the same thing. What's up, Chicken? Cheers, sir. Welcome back to Twitch. What are you talking about time? I had a fitness channel, just wasn't putting a bunch of stuff in it. I'm attempting to post more to try and, like, you know, get people hype on it. BitFam. Dad and son came over Thursday to go to football games, so after they got home and they tried to, oh. I know, dude. Chicken's going live. Chicken! Chicken, tell us when you're going live. He's finally coming back. It's been like 2 years he's coming back to Twitch. Tell us when you're going live, Chicken. Somebody gives Chicken a shout out. Ah, scheisse. It's on IG. Well, I'm kind of busy to look on IG and put a date to it. A little busy here. Nope, it's a mod job. It's River's job. That's what I get. I've already seen the date, I just don't remember it. I'm gonna start saying dates then. It's the 28th. Twenty-ninth. Why can't you just tell it? You can't just say it. Bro, chocolate covered pickles? The monthly Machanga? The monthly Machanga. Okay, that's why couldn't you just say that? Why'd you have to make it all cryptic? No, he's playing an actual game. Yes, 22nd through the 6th is our trip, sir. For those of you who don't know, River is going to come over to America for his very first time. And I'm taking him to Halloween Horror Nights and then Epic Universe. By the way, he's paying for his half. And then I'm taking him on a road trip. I'm paying for that. We're doing a road trip back to Oklahoma, doing some stuff in Oklahoma and going back to Florida. Oh, I dodged into it. Gotta build the excitement. Get out of here. But yes, 22nd through the 6th. That's the dates. Of September through October. How you been, chicken? I just get I try and peruse through the Discord every once in a while. I'm really bad, actually, about it. All chicken sends me is Instagram reels. Oh, nice. See, I know you started a new job a while back. You still at that job, loving it, or what? This guy's just being a dick. I didn't say they weren't. I'm just saying that's the only thing I ever hear from you. Uh-oh, my wife texted. Hold on. Oh, she said it. We're just talking about Instagram reels, and she's sending me Instagram reels. She knows damn well it's stream time. What is she doing? You're up for a promotion? Nice. I didn't say anything. But a quality manager position came up at Boeing where I work, and I went ahead and put in for it. I haven't heard anything, but I also haven't been disqualified, so. And it's to go underneath like the two bosses that are above me because my manager she stepped down. So it's for her old job. And so I already worked closely with them. I will say that manager is not the way I really wanted to go. I wanted to stay more on the technical side. But it has been very difficult to get promoted. I've had managers put in for it. And for some reason, they just... Oh my god, why does he dodge forward like that? For some reason, they just don't want to give out promotions to individual contributors. So the manager position came up, I just put in. We'll see. Right? You'd think they'd get tired of me putting in for promotions, and they'd just be like, Jesus, we'll just give it to him. Yo, what's up, J-Dog? The funny thing is, the people that I thought would put in for it didn't. They're like, I really don't want to be a manager. I'm like, neither do I, but everybody, all the people I work with that I lead are like, dude, you got to put in for this. So I did. I would prefer to be like tech fellow, like to work towards a fellow type thing. Like, I don't know how many of you are in like technical fields where you know what fellows are. But they're like the cream of the crop at basically whatever their job is. That's the way I wanted to go. So if you go manager, you can't. So you either have to go technical and go into like tech fellow, lead, stuff like that, or you have to go manager. It's a branch, and the branch I wanted's on the left side. The only branch I've had any chance with now is on the right side. I've been there 13 years. I started at level 1. I have been promoted several times, but I should have never also started at level 1. I'm very grateful to my job, don't get me wrong. Very grateful. They send me all over the place. I actually really like doing my job. That's one of the reasons I really didn't want to be manager either. Because there's an aspect to it that I think I'll miss out on. Yeah, you jerk. This guy's just an ass. To jump over that. I'm not gonna learn. I have to go back to work. I mean, if Raz wants to drive you around and hang out with him, you're more than welcome. I can change a little bit of what we wanted to do. You can just hang out with Raz if he wants to drop you off. I hate that. I just had to change. I haven't booked my flights to the rental car or anything, so I could change all that. But this guy's just being a dick. $20% discount for vets? Of course it is. I won't have off then, though. I have to go back on, I have to go back to work on the 6th. I'm taking a little over 2 weeks. I died, by the way. I died on this piece of crap. Sliding on my trainees docket. Dude, the last time I did that, I ended up talking to them at 10:30 at night every night in Germany. They're actually a lot. They learned a lot while I was gone. I am very proud of them. Like, they took over a lot of stuff that I couldn't do while I was overseas. It just took a lot of coaching on the phone. Hey, shitface. Try to talk to my chat, and you're a jerk. I hate how fast his poise goes down, dude. It's so ridiculous. Oh! It's still a jump move. That's not. I should have blocked that, though. Thanks. Yeah, the only problem... Like, we could say, okay, we'll move River's flight back to London to, or instead of doing a round trip from Orlando, flying into Orlando and then flying out of Dallas. The problem is that's 2 one-way tickets, and it's very expensive that way. Round trip is the only way that they do it to let you save money. I don't know why. It's still 2 flights. Yeah, it's 2 one-way flights though. It's almost twice as much to fly that way. Trust me, I've done it several times, and it always adds up to almost twice as much. Border Patrol ain't already my butt. Yeah, we've already maxed his budget.
Sir, JDog81 has resubscribed
Yo,
on Twitch.
Thanks for the sub. For those of you who don't know, a portion of my subs go to my mods, and that was my mod trying to pay himself. Yeah, I'm sure, dude. You gotta save up though, so you can get what I can cover. What I'm covering is my half of Orlando. I'm covering the rental car, and I have a lot of points to stay at hotels on the road trip, and I'm paying for my own food. So River's paying for his own food, his own flight, his own stuff. I'm just being a chauffeur. Yeah, everything. It's too expensive to do one-way flights.
Sekiro.
Scheisse. One-way flights, yeah, I know, you'd think that, right? But no. Or it would at least be the same thing, right? But it's not. I'm still alive. Yeah, dude. Yo, what's up, hero guy? Yeah, I'm gonna take you around to a whole bunch of places on the road trip. Trust me. I'm gonna try and get you to as much as we can within my budget. Ha! Well, that's between you and customs, dude. I just need to know if I need to do a one-way rental or a round-trip rental for the car. Oh, what was that weird ghost step he just did, bro? Bastard, I almost had him down. Yeah, dude, it's horrible. Well, you can pick them up in Orlando and steal them from there, I guess. Florida has 3 coasts, sir. It's called a peninsula. There's water on 3 sides. It's America's wing. You could. You're gonna have to take him to Orlando to fly out, though. Later, little hero, dude. Just like Captain America has America's ass. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. America's wing is Florida, and Captain America's ass is America's ass.
Sekiro.
There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like South Carolina, Beaufort, South Carolina, we always referred to as the armpit. It's just hot and sweaty all the time. Oh, come on, I hit jump. It's not Houston is not America's ass. Texas is shaped like a guy squatting to poop, and Oklahoma is shaped like the hat that goes on his head. Uh-oh. I'm out of alcohol. All right. 1 second.
Sorry, I farted.
Hold on. Remy needs in. Remy. Remy. Never mind. She was already in. So you could do stuff. All right. Even the dog ran away from the fart. That's horrible, dude. All right. So I want to explain something. This whiskey I'm about to drink is called, what was it called? High West Double Rye. I'm trying this for the first time. This is the last whiskey on a list from a friend that passed away a couple years back from work. And it was the last one that I have not tried on the list, and I was going to try it. He said this is one of the ones he really liked, so this is my first time trying it. I'm not a big rye guy either. Wow, that's actually not bad, and it's not expensive either. Ooh, there's a kick at the end. I kind of like that. All right, that's to you, Rob. Rob Jordan. You're the best guy to talk to at work, especially when we're talking about whiskey. Cheers, sir.
黒そば俺がアシナを生かす
Yeah, they don't even know what his cause of death was. It was just like weird. He was fine one day and then wasn't the next. Oh, I was blocking.
その力だ
Boo. River and Raz could get married, and then River can stay here. That's what you have to do. Even if it's a green card marriage. Don't worry, I'll erase this entire stream so it's never been talked about before.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh, shithead turned around. Oh, you're being a dick now. Better than any chick you've ever been with.
その力だ。
I know, dude. I do need to eventually make it out to wherever Chicken is so we can go hang out, dude. I have a lot of PTOs stacked up. Even taking this, I have 260 hours of PTO. So that's not quite. That's like 40, or so it's like six weeks and change. You travel all over the place. You tell me when you're in Oklahoma, sir. Yeah, it's almost 5 weeks. But I can't take them in big blocks like that. She's still with the grandkid. She called me today. She'll be home Tuesday. I actually have to pick her up at the airport at like 11 at night. It's funny, she had Gage trying to come pick her up at 11. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I can pick you up. She's like, well, you said you'd be asleep. I'm like, when would I ever not pick you up? Just because it's my bedtime doesn't mean I won't come pick you up at the airport. Yeah, 40-hour weeks. Ah, Scheisse. Every time I attack him while he's like that. You got a dishwasher handle that? Oh yeah, most American homes have dishwashers, dude. And it's not necessarily my wife and kids. Although for my house, it's been my wife and kids. Because our dishwasher is like, it randomly turns on, but it won't let me turn it on. So I've ordered a new one. Yeah, the kids were asking when I was gonna fix the dishwasher. I'm like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I have 4 dishwashers. What do I need another one for? And they looked at me funny. I'm like, okay, do the dishes. They got mad. Yeah, the ones at like a restaurant, they're like industrial ones. You can basically put them in there without having to rinse them off or anything. These ones, the in-home ones, you usually got to at least rinse off the stuff. So there's not like big honking chunks. Because if you leave big honking chunks, it like clogs up the drain in it, and then you gotta. Ooh, Jay's fancy. Yeah, I'm not happy about having to get another dishwasher. This one's not that old. This one's not that old, and I looked up what the control module costs to replace it. It's slightly, like, when I say slightly more expensive, I mean like $70 more expensive to buy a brand new dishwasher, have them install it, and haul away the old dishwasher. To buy a replacement module for the dishwasher is more expensive than the dishwasher, which makes 0 cents. 0 cents. How can one part be more expensive than the entire dishwasher? Oh, he did the wrong move. Ah. Yeah, I'm fine with whatever you call me. As long as you don't call me late for dinner, dude. I hate being late for dinner. Actually, I hate being late for anything. Yeah, so I just went ahead and bought a new one. I hate it because, like, last night, the dishwasher, like, we had dishes in it and shut it in case it randomly came on. And last night, after like 5 days, it finally randomly turned on and cleaned the dishes in it perfectly. I hate that we have to replace it because of an intermittent connection somewhere in the control box. And I do not have the faith to take, in my capabilities, to take apart the control box and find whatever it is that's shorting out inside of it. It might be, but the problem is every other button on it works except the start button. So if it was grounding out, it would ground out the entire control box, not just that one button. Are you guys just giving each other affirmations now? I love it. I try. Chicken is a handsome guy, dude. We got a house here working on playing Scary Series. Chicken is super handsome. I know. Look, just because I am a mechanic, I'm not electrical. I can do electrical work on airplanes because I've done it before. But when it comes to like small circuit boards and stuff, it's outside of my capability. And even running electrical wires and stuff inside the airplane is a lot tougher for me. I can take apart a jet engine though, with no issue. I can take apart a hydraulic system. I can buck rivets. I don't have any problems doing any of that stuff, but as soon as you put electronics in front of me, it's the worst. It's the worst. Ah. Okay, note to self. When he does that move, he's gonna do that crazy... You before sure he has short hair. You can barely tech support a computer. You're a useless vampire. I'm pretty sure if you're a real vampire, one, you would figure out how to do things. Like, if I were a vampire, I would know how to do so much stuff, because I'm like, I have forever to learn this stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Like, a lot of the reason I don't learn to do things is because I'm like, I only have a finite amount of time. So I can't learn how to do everything. So it's like some stuff I'm just like, screw it, I'll let somebody else do it. If I was a vampire, I would learn languages more off, like... I would learn more languages. I'd be able to disassemble anything and put it back together. Library you can't access. All you need is creatine. It's just creatine. Nah, you can only adopt kids. Raz already said he'd marry you, dude. I'm sure you can get a job anywhere as a dispatcher. Oh yeah, we gotta fix that. I forgot. You gotta remind me of these things, dude. Yeah, they do. How far are you from Houston, though? Dude, I almost had him. Daddy Bear who does want to marry me, then I can't marry him? I don't know, dude. That's because Texas is cooler than frickin' Tennessee. Not in temperature, but just cooler overall. PC audio got changed to one of the... Oh, PC audio output got changed to one of the TVs. I was gonna suggest to check your PC audio out, but unfortunately, like, you're in a game, I'm like doing stuff on the computer while you're doing that. I hate trying to troubleshoot stuff with people when it's just me suggesting things while they're on stream and I'm trying to type it. It's just the worst. Yeah, yeah, you'd be the sugar daddy. I will say, my manager's manager, I was talking to him and he was wearing, I don't know if it's just a lanyard he picked up or something, but he was wearing one of the Boeing Pride lanyards, and he's got one of them big soft bellies you like. He makes way more than me. Just saying. You're interested? Now here's the thing. When it comes to work, I tend not to ask people who or what they're into. I mean, I'm fine if they like give it up to me, right? But when it comes to the most part, I'm not like, hey, are you into guys? You into girls? Whatever. It's just not something I talk about at work. So in some cases, I guess. Some cases, I notice. I'm usually a pretty decent judge on the whole thing. He doesn't give off those vibes to me. But maybe. I did, yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, I think he's gonna want to take you out and stuff.
Sekiro.
I should have Mickey Guried that. Ah. I really hate how fast his poise bar drops after you beat him up. And then I can't get back in. He might. Well, that means I have to go to the bar. And Foster's like, dude, you're fine. Like, you're secure in your masculinity. You can go. I'm like, I've been to the gay bar. It's not a big deal to me. It does not bother me. As a matter of fact, the last time I went, I had drinks bought for me all night. The problem is, I get drinks bought for me all night, and I have to drive. And by the way, I wasn't even like... Oh, I dodged too soon. I wasn't even hiding the fact. Like, I had Amanda there with me, so I was like, okay, if you're gonna buy me drinks, I'll take them. They've never watched a man poop across from them. That's the real truth. I knew that was coming, dude. Reasons to join the army? Just to shower with a bunch of guys? Alright, put it there. I've never been to army boot camp. I won't even if I had joined the army after the Marine Corps, they wouldn't have sent me back to boot camp. So, in the army squad base, when you're doing boot camp, because this is the only place they do this. It was in boot camp for the Marine Corps. They had the stalls, but there's no doors. And then some barracks didn't even have the stalls. So you just sat there looking at the guy across from you while you're pooping. Is that how it was in the army boot camp, or did you have doors on them? I think they don't have doors so that people can't go in there and, like, delete themselves or lock themselves in the bathroom. What are doors? Okay. Yeah, that was my experience as well. Some of the barracks had them, some of them didn't. Mine didn't. Now that's only boot. Oh, that. Wow, my voice just cracked. That's only boot camp. After that, they have them. Why does it dodge forward? It's supposed to do, like, he's doing the thing. I have to wait. See, it just did it right there. Why didn't it do that before? Yeah.
参れ
That's why I have zero problem going to gay bar. Yeah, if somebody had a bad burrito the night before, you know, you could pat them on the back. Really help them through it. Rub their back, make them feel a little bit better. Bro, why is Inuyasha in this game? It is moral support, dude. I'll tell you what, after eating MREs for 3 or 4 days, you might need a little back rub while you're pushing. I mean, you're sweating, you're trying to get it out. That extra little hand on your back just to let you know it's okay. Sorry. I couldn't hold it together anymore. You know what? I'll tell you when I was in. So I was in from 98 to 2003. During that time, they got rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Because before that, they would like, if you said you were gay, you would, they could kick you out, right? Nobody gave two shits who you wanted to sleep with. No one cared, dude. No one cared. What I cared about is, can you do your job? And if we get in a firefight, are you going to protect me? Because I'm going to protect you. That's all I gave a shit about. So when they got rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it was like, okay, cool. Now I can ask. So I'm like, hey, dude, Don't Ask, Don't Tell's gone. You gay? He's like, no. I'm like, I don't know. That no sounded kind of gay. We didn't care, dude. No one gave a shit. There's very few people that gave two shits. And I don't know why they ever made a big deal out of it. I mean, if you really want to check my junk out, all you gotta do is be on the flight line, and I'll be launching an aircraft, and I'll have it out behind my tool belt, and I'll flop it out to you anyways, just to frickin' make you go, oh! That's what people did, dude. Being in the military was the gayest experience of my entire life. Yeah, like the Spartans were super gay. So back in the from my very little bit of reading I've done of like ancient Rome and the Spartans and that stuff, when those guys were out at war, the Spartans were kind of weird, dude. Oh yeah, dude. I agree, chicken. There is a level of gayness in the service that civilian gays couldn't even handle. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's a level of humor that civilians can't even handle, so everything gets dialed up to 11. All of it. Yeah, so the Spartans were a very weird bunch. So even if they were married, had kids, that was all the things, right? But when they were out on war campaigns, again, very limited reading I've done, so someone can dispute it, but I don't think that there's much dispute about it. This is Sparta. But the Spartans, in some cases, were like basically forced to take up a boyfriend, and they would have sex with each other to, one, get rid of the urges because they thought they fought better that way, and to, two, create a bond with that other person that made them want to give you their life. They give their life for you. But then they would just go home and they would be like a family person. Yeah, that too. Male concubines. The Romans had some similar stuff. But the Spartans were like crazy about it. Romans, well, everybody was, dude. If you're away from home for months and months and months and months and months on end, that's why so many Halo has a whole new meaning now. That's why. I mean, there are people that can remain loyal while separated from a spouse, no matter what, right? But there's so much infidelity in the military and so many divorces because of infidelity, because of all of the deployments. You go away, the girl has urges, the guy has urges, and they satisfy them. Then they come home and point fingers at each other. The only problem is, for some dumbass reason, the women never do protection. So, bam, child that's not yours, and you're like, wait, I did the math. I was gone when you got pregnant. How the hell? It's really bad. Yeah, dude, they had some weird stuff back in the days. By the way, this is the gayest conversation we've had on this channel. Blames chicken. I was trying to block that sheath coming out. Yeah, that was the biggest thing. I stayed single all through my military so I could do whatever I wanted. Like, I had girlfriends, but it's like, look, I'm gonna let you know right now. You're my girlfriend while I'm in this town or in this country or whatever. But all bets are off if I can't see you for a while. And I was just forthright with it. So they couldn't really get, I mean, they got mad in some cases, but most of them didn't. Because they're like, cool, I'm seeing other people too, fine. But when it came to marriage, I drew a line. I drew a line. I had a girl that had been flirting with me at the bar for several weeks, whatever. I need death, please. And I finally had a chance to take her to the hotel room. We were staying in Savannah. I took her to the hotel room. And then she decides afterwards to let me know, by the way, I'm married and he's on deployment. Bro, I got out of the bed, flipped that bed upside down with her on it, And I said, get the F out of this hotel room right now. If I knew his name, I'd go tell him to his face that you're a cheating whore. I was pissed.
俺がアシナを生かす
I'm like, I have one moral and you made me break it, you crazy wench. If guys were gonna go home with some other chick, I'm like, don't let me see you go home with another chick. Because if your wife ever asks, I'm not gonna go tell, but if your wife ever asks, I ain't lying either. Yeah, there's only something like 25% of today's current youth that even qualify to go into the military because of like overdiagnosis of mental health issues, because they're on like SSRIs and stuff. People that are overweight and have all these health issues because of it. Asthma, allergies, everything, right? It leaves like 25% of our youth available to go into the military, and most of them don't want to go. So it makes it very hard for recruiters right now. You're lurking? You're good, princess. Yeah, dude, I tell everybody that goes in the military, you get every damn certification that they, by the way, they pay for it. If you're in a job, your professional job, and that's a job you like you're to be a chef for IT or whatever, make them pay for every certification under the sun before you get out. It's not very princess friendly. Yeah, like, luckily all 4 of my kids would qualify for the military. Gabriel might not, but I doubt it, because he specifically decided to I don't like these meds they have me on, I'm not taking them anymore. And after he did that, he said he has dreams again, he feels better, everything. So whatever they had him on was obviously suppressing something in him that was actually supposed to be working properly. So he's like, and he's a lot better off without him. And because he's been off of him long enough, I think he can go in. Wow, they were really forgiving with that. Oh, shit! Okay, fight changes up. Oh my god, he's got a gun? Who gave this man a gun? Scheiße! Why did they decide he needs a gun, bro? He already had enough. Why does he have a gun now? Who brings a sword to a gunfight? Apparently me. I don't have a gun. and wants to get out of alcohol. Cause we're not gonna die tonight. Like, Gabriel decided he's not taking his ADHD medicine. He's not taking whatever they gave him when he was going through issues with other mental stuff. And he's like, dude, I feel so much better now. It completely changed his personality. Personally, I think for the better. Sometimes he just needs help realizing he's gone too far in something or whatever. But I know with ADHD medicine, you can go into the military if you're off of it for over a year or something. His biggest thing is he has asthma. But I think because he got it when he was younger, he could actually train his way out of it. Yeah, he didn't like it. So I think he needed him for a while. I think this is where the mistake's made. This is where I think the mistake's made. When it comes to anything that changes your body chemistry in your brain, ADHD medicine, SSRIs, whatever, there may be a time in your life where you need those to work through whatever it is that you have, right? Some people might need them forever, but I think probably like 80%, kind of anecdotally guessing, because I've seen it happen for quite a few people. You need them for a time period to calm things down so you can work through shit. And then you can wean yourself off of them. And so you've worked through the problem with the help of medication. And then so it should be you need to work towards getting off of these. But so often it's like the medical professionals just push them on to people. And they're like, you need to take these forever. That's it. Yeah, they gave him something like that too. He didn't like it. He hated it. But he did have some, like, granted, he did have some stuff he had to work through. Once he worked through it, he's like, I'm done. I'm done doing therapy. I'm done. I need off these meds. And he was still, I mean, to an extent, still the same kid, but in all reality, very different. And different in a good way. It's like he finally got his own actual personality. Yeah, I mean, if you're not, I get it. There's people that have that are depressed for a while, and then there's people that have like whatever gene or whatever that actually makes them depressed. But if you never learn to use it or to work through it, so say there's a lot of stuff that you can probably do. I'm not saying that you don't need them, right? But there are plenty of studies that show like stuff like working out, changing diet, and that stuff helps and allows you to manage it to where you don't need medication. Again, you have that brief time frame where it's like, I need this to work through and get to this level, but I need it right now. And there's a lot of people that are like, I'm miserable without it, and so I'm not going to come off of it. And sometimes, granted, sometimes there are people like that. But there are also studies that show like change in diet and activity level and changing your lifestyle also helps. I get it, dude. I get it. I'm not saying that that depression isn't a valid thing. I'm just saying they've done studies that show in a lot of cases that are people in the studies changing their lifestyle help just as much as the medication. Bro, he's going full Bloodborne on me, dude. He's like using the gun to parry me. What the crap is going on right now? Nope. Son of a bitch, he turned. I told you, you just need to move up to Oklahoma and come hang out with me. That's all you need. Just come hang with me in the gym. I'm telling you, here's my life philosophy. Here's something that can fix anything wrong in your life. You can laugh at me, but I think it's very simple. It's P. P-E-E. Prayer, exercise, and eat better. If you do those three things, you can solve almost everything in life. I call it good vibes instead of prayer. G. Whatever. But I know it's very oversimplified too, but if you haven't tried those things, I mean, that's my favorite cardio, but that doesn't mean I don't do other cardio. Well, the question is, have you tried it to fix your problem?
Sekiro.
Scheisse! Guy just showed me what's up. You know what P doesn't help with? This dickhead. I'll say most. I'll agree with most. How's that? We'll make a compromise and say most things in life can be fixed by P. And if you haven't even tried it for the problem, then that sounds like a problem to me. I also have a different outlook on life than most people. So shoot, no. Let me hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. Reels. What is this? Photos? I have to scroll down a while. I gotta get another drink anyways. And Holy Diver is about to come on. Like by Dio. Dio Holy Diver. Oh wait, this isn't Holy Diver. I lied. Let's see if I can find when I was at my skinniest. I think it's... Oh, I know what Instagram account it's on. Hold on. I don't use this Instagram account anymore. Interesting. Thought that was my password. Wow. I'm just getting denied, bro. My old Instagram account had me. I was at 155, bro. 155 pounds. I was not fast. I was not strong. I thought I was both of those things. But I got down to 155 at 5'10". 5'9.5". Happy my two issues are like I had more money because things are so expensive and a husband. I feel like exercising more doesn't directly... No. Yeah, sure. Unless your boss is weird. No, you're right. No, I couldn't bring up my old Instagram account, dude. I don't know why it's not bringing it up. Here, let me see. Did they shut down old accounts on Instagram or something? Does anybody know? I was gonna show you a picture when I was like super skinny. Oh, here it goes. That was weird. It wouldn't come up on my computer. Check my email. Oh, Jesus, bro. All right, I gotta get another drink anyways. So here's what I'm gonna do. While I'm getting the drink, I will figure this stupidity out, and then I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm not seeing pictures when I was that skinny. I don't know where I'd have to look for it. I do have some older ones where I was smaller though. Hold on. I was a smaller dude. There you go. That's back a few years ago. I've put on, since I think I was like 170 in that photo, I put on 50 pounds and about 30 of that's muscle. The rest is fat. I need to get it off. I was trying to pull it up on the main stream, but for whatever reason, it won't let me log in on my computer. But I can only log in on my phone. Whatever. Smexy bald. Huh. I was. So anybody that says that they cannot put on muscle, they're not lifting enough and they're not eating enough. You will get bigger if you eat more food and lift weights. Yeah, I'm at like 206, so you're not interested in me. It's fine. Ah. There we go. Yeah. And I'm not into dudes. No matter how awesome they are, I'm just not into dudes. Unless you're Ryan Reynolds or Hugh Jackman, I ain't having it. That's what I get. I died from that. I deserve to die all the way. So many straights? Well, yeah. That's the prevalent group. He's a sexy man. This is not the first boss, you dickhead. It's the last boss. I mean, I guess technically he was the very first boss. Oh, what? Jason Statham? Seth Rogen's okay. Seth Rogen just plays Seth Rogen all the time. I don't think he has a lot of depth. And he's a nerd. Bro plays like Warhammer. And like super into it, dude. Bruce Willis and young Mel Gibson. I don't know, it's been Brad Pitt. I think I actually like him older. He has a new movie coming out. I am actually really stoked to see it. Scheiße. He's got a cute face and nice arms. He does a lot of cardio. Yeah, he does. So those guys that have abs, I'm gonna let you know something. Abs are not a sign of strength. They are not. Abs are a sign that you're not eating enough. That's it. That's all it is. Abs just means you're starving. What a typo. You know who cares about muscles and abs and all that stuff more than anybody? Your gym buddies, dude. That's who cares the most. I work out and I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna impress Amanda with like whatever weight I can lift, or like my new like vein in my arm or something. You know who notices? The guys at the gym notice. You know who doesn't notice? Amanda. Amanda doesn't notice. There she is, dude. Speaking of, she shows up. Yeah, like I told her the other day, I'm like, hey. I'm like, sweet. I went in, I deadlifted 405 again today. She's like, I don't even understand the concept of that. Is that, I'm like, what do you mean you don't understand it? It's 405 pounds. I picked it up off the ground and stood up. The weight to her doesn't make any sense. But you know what? There was literally two guys in the gym that came up and fist bumped me like, Jesus, that was a great lift, dude. I was like, what's up? I love you, babe. She does tell me I'm looking good, though. I'm being hyperbolic, but still. Muscles are for muscles, like big bodybuilding muscles are not for women. They're for the gym bros. No, I'm not buffering. Dicer. Hawaii, a storm in Hawaii is messing up your internet, Raz. About 30 minutes ago. Oh, wait. I am dropping some frames. Why am I dropping frames? Dude, we can use a lot of rain here. It'd be great.
そのようなものでは決してアシナの命運は変わりませぬ。狼よ。
I am getting some weird drop frame stuff. I don't know why.
苦労をかけるな。
脅威。
That's weird. It says that I'm getting 6,000 KBS, but I'm also somehow dropping frames.
俺がアシナを生かす。
It's been storming in Virginia. I apologize if there's any buffering, guys. There shouldn't be. Had to refresh the page. Okay. Oh my god, how am I losing to the first guy now? Just kill me. There we go. I just needed to die. It was time.
俺にもなすべきことがある。さらばだ。
I didn't need to live. It's humid while you're in Virginia. Virginia's actually, I'm surprised about how not humid it is here. That is not the right command, J-Dog. It's actually not been very humid this summer in Oklahoma. I'm actually quite surprised. Normally, we'd have like 80% humidity here, and we do not. It's been like 30 and 40%. So when it says like the temperature is this, that's actually what it is. Okay, dickhead. Okay. Yeah, Oklahoma's dry here. Yeah, it's been a very dry summer here. Like, I've tried watering the lawn. I'm going to keep a temp when it comes to humidity. Yeah, this year it is. I've had summers where the humidity is massively high, and I was doing marathon training at the time. Good God, I thought I was gonna die every time I'd go out for like a 12-mile run. Yeah, it'd have been miserable. I refuse to heal on him anymore. But you get, shithead. How you doing, babe? Doing good? Kind of late for you, isn't it? $10:30. Frickin' J-Dog. Okay. Good God, that spirit reaches so far, dude. That didn't work. Damn him with his gun! Poop. Did he go to Daytona, Virginia? Wait. Would rather go to Williamsburg? Babe, look, it's chicken! Chicken michanga! By the way, my daughter still uses your, fluffy chicken michanga blanket. Chicken's back! He's gonna start streaming again, babe. I didn't know there was a Daytona, Virginia. That's weird. So there's a Daytona, Florida, Daytona, Virginia, and oh wait, that's Dayton. There's a Dayton, Ohio. Why is there a Dayton, Virginia, and a Dayton, Ohio? It doesn't say Daytona. I'm an idiot. Chicken's back. Back again. Chicken's back. Tell a friend. Chicken's back. Chicken's back. Chicken's back. Chicken's back. Down, 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 down. Dayton. Yes, I know. I'm an idiot. We've been to Dayton, Ohio. I ran a marathon there. Or a half marathon there. I wish Boeing would sponsor people for that again. She loves that thing, dude. As soon as it came in the door, near Broadway, Virginia. Yeah. As soon as I opened the box for that, dude, she stole it. She stole it. No! You can't stab me. Stabbing's bad. Slicing is bad. Stop it. Bad. Scheiße! Ooh, that hurt me, even though I blocked. Damn it. You remade the chicken blanket? To this day, I still have not made merch. They prefer to fly, not run? Yeah. Nope. Jump. That's my own fault. I'm like messing up simple stuff on this guy right now. I should not have died to that first guy. She does want to come back to London. She's told me like 8 times. I want to go back to London. I want to go back to London. She did get her wish though. She said she was secretly hoping. She told me the other day. I was like, she's like, I'm secretly hoping you get sent back overseas for Christmas, so I can go to Christmas markets. That was her words, right? Like the next day, they were like, hey, we need somebody to go to Germany to cover for the guys that are there that are coming home for Christmas. Or coming home just before Christmas. I was like, what? So I didn't even ask. I was like, all right, I'll do it. Because I already knew Amanda wanted to go. Oh, they're doing good. Squids is good, dude. They're just getting ready to move. They gotta move cross country. Well, you're gonna see us again in September. No! Son of a bitch. I knew that was going to happen as soon as I slashed instead of dodged. Frackin' arrows, dude. We're gonna be in South Germany, so like Munich. We can go to Vienna. Vienna has a really big Christmas market. They have a good one in Switzerland. We can do that stuff on the weekends. So as many as possible. We will go to as many as possible. During the week, you can actually go to the one in Munich. I think there's several in Munich, from my understanding. So you may be able to go to those while I'm at work. We'll go to that Indian restaurant in Munich. Dude, that had to be the best Indian food I've ever had. It's crazy. I have to go to Germany for the best Indian food. I know, dude. Switzerland's so pretty. Well, I hope you had as much as I can, dude. I just can't afford food for 2 of us. That's on you. So save up as much spendable money as you can, sir. We will utilize as many hotel breakfasts as possible to save us both money. Of course. Oof. No! Oh, damn it. I need to get back and heal. Yeah, but River wants to live here. You don't want to live anywhere but America, do you? Do you want to live anywhere else but America? Because I had a chance to move us to Italy, and you were like, well, I'd miss my family and America. Okay. I will take you to as many places as I can. That's my plan. I heard New Zealand's really cool. They got a little crazy with their COVID policies, but I mean, besides that, from my understandings, New Zealand's a really cool place to live. You love AC and free refills. Not as I don't love Europe as much as I love the USA because it's your home and you love AC and free refills. I love you, babe. You're the best. God, I just got cut in half, bro. Free refills the best, yeah. You have to pay for water in Europe. Unless you ask, they get weird when you ask them for tap water. Nah, you're good, dude. If I keep screwing around, I'm gonna die again. There it is. That was me screwing around. Alright, I'm gonna get another monster and refill this drink. There's only a little bit left. I'll be right back. Yeah, free refills are the best. I will tell you, Gabriel's been trying to get me to go to frickin' Taco Bell, where he works at, for like every single week. I'm gonna change to these spearmint ones. We do not normally eat at Taco Bell. But I understand what he's proud that he's working and stuff, so I actually do need to go down there at some point when he's working. Yeah, Brahms is king of Oklahoma. Bro, we're gonna show him all that stuff. Have you booked your flight yet, River? I'm just asking. I'm not asking you to book it. I'm just asking if you booked it yet. We can get you a Route 44 size drink. Wait, is that at Brahms? I need a death, please. The payment's processing? Okay. Woo! Rough. No, not Evie! Who played that? Princess, damn it! Bro, I lived off Taco Bell as a teenager because that's all I could afford. That and Burger King when I was working there, bro. Yeah, thanks, Princess. $9 p.m. You might be in the airport a while. I think I take off before that.
Some people can't distinguish between etymology and entomology. They bug me in ways I can't put into words.
Oh my god! Entomology is a study of bugs. Look, here's the deal. I'm not a fast food person. I'm just not. But for you, River, we will stop at every dumbass, iconic fast food place that we have here. I promise. I will eat all the garbage with you. I might try and make it slightly healthier by being like, can you just give me double meat instead of like a bun or something? But I will eat it all with you, dude. And it's not bad. I just, on the, I don't know. It's not a bad time to fly. He just might be at the airport for a while, that's all. Because I think I leave earlier than that. River said that's fine. He told me that before. I'm not worried about it. We're gonna get it in town on. We're gonna get into Orlando on the 5th, and then we'll stay by the airport. I can turn the car in. We might can do some stuff in Orlando beforehand, depending on when my flight goes out. I found a flight to Orlando with Delta that's only 18,000 points, actually. So that's what I'm gonna book. I have a lot of points. Oh yeah, they have a crap ton of stuff in Orlando Airport, dude. Oh come on, I blocked that. Well, I could not run that. Oh yeah, you're good, dude. Built myself before, so insecure. What do I get for staying in that combo? There's so many people that have come in and stream and are like, why do you stay in that combo with him? And it's because if I can block all those hits, it breaks his poise up so much that it shortens the fight by like half. Oh, I didn't need to drink that. I hate this guy so much. Why are final bosses so hard? Is it because they're the final boss? You know what boss? I was surprised what boss was not hard for the final boss. Was it Dark Souls 3? or 1. The remaster. The Lord of Cinder or whatever. Bro, I beat him the first time. It's the final countdown? It is. Yeah, DS3, dude. That final boss was cake. Cake. It was almost a letdown. It was almost a letdown after all that stuff, dude. I went through. DS3 was a really good game. It was a really good installment of the FromSoft games. No, I'm out of heals. Oh, Mickey Guri. That's what I should have done right there. No, sir. 1, I already told you, we're filming the entirety of everything, and I'm going to put it on YouTube for my travel channel. So I need to see you go in and order and try all the stuff. And it breaks up the drive to actually stop in a place. You talk in your sleep? I've roomed with a person that's talked in their sleep before. It's not a big deal. Like for the first, I got a lot of plans, sir. I got a lot of plans. I don't want to ruin them for you. I want to tell you about all of them, but I don't want to ruin it. You're just along for the ride at this point. Oh, shit. I missed that death kill. There it is. I'm gonna try to do as much as possible with you in 2 weeks. Scheiße. All right, we're consistently getting into a second phase now. Feel a lot more confident. And then I did that. Face me, Sekiro, as I get walloped. I can block in the air, shithead. Can't block that because I'm supposed to slam it into the ground with my foot. Hey, Death Plus. Is this like the new version of this? I don't like this one. Try this. It's making a mix off my workout, my weightlifting thing. Worst crap. That's my own fault. I thought I could just walk to the side of that. Ah, too early. That was delayed, sir. You missed that. You missed your opportunity on that one. I've talked to my sleep before. Didn't you say I was like laughing in my sleep before? I remember one time that you said I was talking in my sleep. And I was laughing. I actually remember it. I remember that dream, sort of. It was weird. I was having a dream. I think I was a baseball player or something. And people were like throwing stuff at me. And I was like, it was like I was using a football bat. Somebody threw a pitch at me and I was like, baseball, football bat, kangaroo foot, boing. Because in the dream, I was a batter and I had a football bat, which was a baseball bat, but much wider. And they threw like a flying kangaroo foot at me. And when I hit it, it made a boing sound. And then I was giggling about it. I think that's what Amanda's talking about. Oh, bro, I can fall asleep on the ground with a rock for a pillow. Yeah, I don't remember the rest of the dream, but I remember that for some reason. I woke up after that and Amanda's like, you were like laughing. I laugh in my sleep too. Is it creepy when I laugh in my sleep? Okay. I gotta lock in. Never mind, I died. This isn't the lock-in moment. I gotta restart the song. Hold on. We gotta wait for the game to come up. Oh, it's not even loud enough for you guys to hear. Hold on. Here we go. Here you go. I'm locking in. No! You have some potato salad and okra? I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna let it die because that was not the lock-in moment. We're gonna start this over. Okay, here we go. Now I'm locked in. Okra with potato salad, that's weird.
Sekiro.
Woo! bastards. Damn it. Bro, I got through the first two phases like it was nothing. Cajun seafood broils are expensive, sir. I can't, I can no longer lock in, apparently. I'm not exactly sure why my stream is dropping frames. It shouldn't be. If you're getting buffering, I apologize in advance. Yeah, well, trust me. I will attempt to give Lone Wolf the like a full breadth of the American South. Oh, you shithead. Told me he's a shithead. Hidden Valley Ranch. Hidden Valley Ranch is way better than Newman's.
Sekiro.
Oh, you would be Bella's favorite friend, I'll tell you that right now. Alright, now I just gotta figure out how to get through this next phase. I do not understand why I cannot get through that second phase. That is definitely the best one. Probably because I bet it has more sugar in it.
じらせはせぬぞ。
No! I'm not even. Yeah, well, I will show him everything. I promise. There is about 8,000 places to stop and eat food between Orlando and Oklahoma. Trust me. We'll try barbecue. We'll try breakfast foods. We'll try every fast food I can think of. All of the progress I have made this year with food or with weight loss will all be gone. I promise. Okay, I'm messing up messing up for no reason. Ew, gross. I mean, I've had fried green tomatoes. They're okay.
参れ、関野。
The funny thing is, when I used to grow like little like cherry tomatoes and stuff, the kids would eat them off the vine while they're still green. I'm like, guys, you gotta at least wait till they turn red. They're like, yeah, but they fall off the vine by then. And you know, you can't eat potatoes that have fall or tomatoes that have fallen on the ground because they have bugs and stuff in them. But they would still just go outside, and as soon as they started had any red in them, they just eat them. Which actually, I mean, it's not a bad thing. But it's like, guys, they're so much better if we use them while they're ripe. How long is this guy gonna chase me for? Here we go. Shithead. Damn it. Oh yeah, dude. So that is something that we might going in at the end of September gives us a slightly different experience. It might be cold, or not cold, but it might be cooler like the beginning of summer or the end of summer or beginning of fall. It might be hotter. Like it's still summertime. It just depends on what Florida decides to do. Hey, shithead. I'm literally supposed to be able to wreck you. Yeah, all the buildings have air conditioning, for sure. With summers that get up to 110 regularly, America does not mess around with air conditioning. Come and get it. Ah, Scheiße. The one time I don't jump over that. Yeah, the southeast has anywhere along the south, anywhere along the seaboard essentially has massive humidity. Death, please. Thank you. We're at 967. We're going to 1,000 tonight. I will either beat this guy or we'll reach 1,000 tonight. I have nothing to do tomorrow. Except edit videos. Is this Black Hole Sun? I think it is. Soundgarden. Indisposed. That's too many deaths. Don't count the next one, please.
Sekiro.
So Europe, from what I've been told by Germans mainly, is built to keep you warm during the winter. So all of the buildings, right, are way better sealed than anything here in the US. Hey, shithead, I'm trying to heal. So my understanding is you're actually supposed to open the windows in the morning because to like let everything air out. What a dickhead. Ooh. Like Amanda keeps asking, like, how do these spiders keep getting in the house? Because our houses aren't as sealed. Because if in Europe, from my understanding, if you don't open the windows every day in the morning, you can get like mold and mildew and all that stuff built up in the house. Where here, that happens during the summer if you like leave it open because of all the humidity. Yeah, so our housing here is not as efficient with heat. We're also much further south in a lot of cases than Europe is. There's still places in the north that don't, in the north east, that do not have AC. There's no point to it because they normally don't get that hot. Shithead. They all look like lobsters. I mean, I'm not red today. I was outside in the sun for like 2+ hours. When Amanda gets home, I have to have her like spread a bunch of lotion on my back because I can only reach certain portions of it. You cry into your ice cream. Yeah, how we deal with the heat is we cry into our ice cream. What a dickhead. Maybe I shouldn't. I should try and avoid that combo instead of attempting to like actually block it. Oh, you shitface. This game makes me curse a lot more than I normally do. That's the combo I shouldn't stay into. Well, yeah, they're bottom feeders. So like catfish is the same thing. Like catfish. So there's a difference between saltwater catfish from what my dad explained to me. This is some like old fisherman type stuff. Freshwater catfish eat like a bunch of silt and they eat a lot of poop and stuff like that. But saltwater catfish eat a lot of like, again, the stuff off the bottom of the ground, but they all, or the bottom of the sea, but they also eat a lot of the dead reefs and stuff, and that makes their meat taste different. And it's not as good. So when people do catfish fries, like when they fry catfish, it's normally freshwater catfish. So every time we would catch saltwater catfish, we would let them go. I will say when I was fishing a lot of times, if we caught saltwater catfish and there was any Haitians around, this is in Florida. I messed that up. This is in Florida where there's a lot of Haitians. They would ask us for the saltwater catfish that we caught. And we give it to them. Much like when I was... So it's just like different cultures eat different fish. Like they're tolerant to it, I guess. When it's much like when we were in Wake Island, Wake Island is a very small island in the Pacific, which was a major battle for the Marine Corps during for Japan in World War II. But with that being said, we would catch stuff like pike, like we catch a pike, which is like or a barracuda. Think about a barracuda. Pike you can eat. Barracuda normally you don't eat barracuda. The boat captain we were with on Wake Island, who was, I think, Thai. He's a Thai, I believe. Wanted to keep the barracuda, and we would keep we kept the tuna, the actual tuna that we caught. So we kept the tuna, and he kept the barracuda. That was part of his payment. Like, we paid a very, very low price to go deep sea fishing in the Pacific on the back of a World War II landing craft. Which, by the way, amazing that we got to like actually fish off that thing. But that the captain was like, "Hey, I want this fish." We're like, "Okay, cool. If you want the fish, by all means, get the fish, bro." And so he kept that. Like, we beat it with a bat to knock it out so we can get it off the hook. But the tuna we kept, and we cooked it on the grill. Oh yeah, I will tell you, there was no way we were like, by the way, when you're deep sea fishing, the fish aren't like this. They're like, I can't even like show you my right hand. They're as big as you. So when you pick up a barracuda that is as tall or even half as tall as you are on a line, and you reel it in and you get into the boat, anything you pull into the boat, the guy had a bat. Like, we'd say, "Fish on!" And he'd stop the boat, and whoever had the boat had to crank, and the other person was hand over handing the line. And you'd crank, hand over hand, crank, hand over hand. And you just keep doing that until you brought the fish in. He'd come out with the bat and beat it into submission before we attempted to bring the hook out of its mouth. It was the craziest fishing trip I'd ever been on. And again, it was on the back of a World War II landing craft. So, oh, I just died. So it looked like this. This is the boat we were on. Let me see if I can get a good picture of one. I gotta find the one we were on, because they had a lot of different ones, dude. Can I make this bigger? I don't think I can. All right, let me share. You see this? So they had a landing craft very similar to this, but the captain's quarters was slightly forward where my little pointer is, and on the back is what we were fishing off of. We were literally fishing off of a variation of this landing craft. You couldn't go up here. There's no point. So you stand back here by these captain's quarters on the back end, and you have these big reels that are like anchored to the railing, and someone had to have a pair of gloves and hand over hand like this, bringing the line in, and someone else is cranking this big ass thing. And you're just sitting there, you're like trolling. And as soon as you had a fish on, you would scream, "Fish on!" And the Thai guy would the guy from Thailand would shut down the engines, the boat would stop, and everybody would take turns pulling this giant ass fish in. We caught 2 big ass tuna and a barracuda. And the guy's like, "Can I keep the barracuda?" "Bro, you can keep whatever you want to keep. Thank you for letting us get the tuna." And then he actually cut it up into however he wanted. So a lot of the crew that went before us actually cut it into steaks. I'm like, I want big tuna fillets. And then we went to the beach outside the back of the bar that's on Wake Island, and we just cooked them on the big ass grill. And we went to the bartenders or whatever, went to the chow hall and grabbed potatoes so we can cut them up, put them on the grill, and then corn on the cob. And we had big ass tuna fillets or tuna steaks cooked on a charcoal grill with corn on the cob and potatoes. It has to be one of the greatest experiences I ever had in the Marine Corps. And there's absolutely no way to top that experience. Good night, Amanda. I love you, babe. I'm gonna die. He was in the middle of a slash when I did that. One of the greatest things that I feel like I ever did in the Marine Corps. I've been to Australia, I've been to Japan, and even after that, it's one of the most memorable things in my life. It's like a core memory, dude. I'm like fishing with the guys that I was working with every single day. Yeah, it was a great day, dude. That was a great, like, week and a half, 2 weeks being stuck on Wake Island. By the way, to give you context, I'm gonna give you context. This is Wake Island. This is the entire island. From here, all the way out to here is like 3 miles. You got this cool lagoon to like snorkel in and stuff, and I would do like reef fishing and stuff. I never kept any of those fish because reef Reef fish are garbage, according to my dad. But this is all of Wake Island. All of it. This is the airstrip. This is the area. Let me get a different one. Here you go. Can I make this bigger? Open image in new tab. There we go. So this is the airstrip. And you park the aircraft like right here. All of this is Wake Island. Very, very, very small island. Very cool place. Let me see. Let's see. This is the island. I can't actually pick out all the spots that I've been to. I've been to most of this island. There's certain parts of the island that are like sort of off limits because that's where the locals live. It is, but there's nothing there. So when I went in 2003, right? In 2003, I went in 2001 and then later 2001. I didn't go in 2003. 2003, I went to frickin' Kuwait. So 2001, no specific military branch owned it. So there was an airstrip, like you saw. There was a air traffic control. There's a barracks to live in. There is a bowling alley. There's a bar. There's a barber. And there is a warehouse that holds all of the beer for the bar, all of the fishing equipment, snorkel fins, all of that stuff. And then whatever else that they need to run the island. There are normally paramedics assigned to it, to the island. It is a contract type thing where you go to that island. It's a 3-mile island. They still have big ass like artillery guns that they used in World War II to fight off Japan. By the way, bravely fought off the Japanese Navy for weeks. I think it was 2 weeks. With like a contingent of 250 Marines and 200 civilians out of the 400 civilian engineers that were there that got trained by the Marines on the beach to run those guns. And they held off the Japanese Navy for like 10 days before the major that was there came out and surrendered. There was no reason for him to surrender. He just lost contact because during one of the bombing runs, they knocked out a ton of the communications from the air traffic control area and where they had set up to the actual people on the ground. The Marines and those engineers were fighting off an entire landing force of, I believe, upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 Japanese with only 250 Marines with weaponry. They're fighting them off and massacring them. Massacred 900 Japanese in one day, and they lost 50 people. That's it. That was the definitive, one of the definitive spots where they found out the Marines were not to be messed with. And they kept messing with us, and we landed and crushed them. Dude, Devil Dogs at their prime, you're right, sir. You're right. The major came out, the major in charge came out and surrendered. But the Japanese at the time did not take prisoners. This is a history lesson, by the way. They did not take prisoners. So they lined everybody up, shackled them, stripped them naked, essentially, shackled them, and left them on the flight line where they had like 12 Wildcats. And those Wildcats, by the way, they in the first bombing, they lost 8 of them, and they continued to fly 4 of them and use parts from the broken ones to repair them. They continued to fly those things and fight off the Japanese when they decided to bring an aircraft carrier. They sunk They sunk so many ships with those big ass giant artillery guns. By the way, those artillery guns were from old revolutionary World War One and World War One era, like warships that they brought off of those and put them on the island. And these Marines were so good that they let them come within like 4,000 yards and shot them at essentially point blank range for artillery and sunk like 3 or 4 ships in the first day. This was the first time that the Japanese Navy ever came in contact with Marines and started to lose, and they were losing their minds trying to figure out how to get us. This major comes out, doesn't realize that he is actually surrendering for absolutely no reason. The Marines were keeping everybody off the island. He just lost contact with his people and thought that they were all dead. And that's why he came out and surrendered. And as soon as he surrendered, they shackled everybody, put them on the flight line for 28 to 54 hours, and executed every single one of them and dumped them into a mass grave on Wake Island. Had that guy not surrendered, they would have fought and fought and fought and just kept them off that island for as long as possible. They were tearing down artillery, moving it to another spot, rebuilding it, and shooting them from another spot so that whenever a bombing raid came through, they could not figure out where the hell everything was. They kept flying what they had. Yeah, they could. I don't know that they could have won, but they could have held them off for a lot longer. A lot longer. Here's where the biggest problem came in. They called back to the Navy and said, hey, oh my God, the Japanese Navy is here. We need you to come and support us. And they said, we just got bombed at Pearl Harbor. We cannot risk our aircraft carriers that are out in the ocean that were not in Pearl Harbor. We can't risk them. We're bringing them back to protect Pearl Harbor. They left those Marines and those civilians to fend for themselves until the brutal end. And they put up the most horrific fight that the Japanese Navy had ever dealt with in all of their history. Never had they dealt with someone so tenacious, so ridiculously overwhelming to them. When they were landing people, they were landing like their top end special forces type people for like amphibious assaults, and they came against the Marines, and the Marines were outnumbered 4-1, and the Marines crushed them. Unfortunately, the major came out and surrendered. I don't think they could have won, but they would have done a lot more damage. So that the entire they brought this group in. The Japanese brought this naval group in that did what they were going to do, and they were getting beat. Hey, what's up, Grisbo? They were getting beat into submission. The same aircraft carriers and stuff that bombed Pearl Harbor showed up, and they were holding them off. They were holding the original group off and these guys from Pearl Harbor. But this major surrendered because he didn't know. Yeah, it's story time. Yeah, they could have done more damage. Yeah. And had the Navy came and backed them up, that would have been the first mass defeat that the Japanese would have done, and it could have totally changed the entirety of the World War II. But they didn't. And there was so many times that the Navy and the Army were arguing during World War II in the Pacific. They finally brought in, who was it they brought in? Admiral Nimitz. Admiral Nimitz was declared the, by the way, this is drunk history with Jason. Admiral Nimitz was declared like the Secretary of War, essentially, or what we would normally call the Secretary of Defense. And because the Navy was put in charge of the Pacific, they went ahead and they regrouped, made all the Marines land on all these places. And the Marines went into the Pacific in the theater and crushed the Japanese. The most lives lost were Iwo Jima, which was a horrific thing where the Army's like, we bombed them, there's nothing left. And the Navy said, we shot them with guns, there's nothing left. They were all in tunnels. And when the Marines land, it was one of the bloodiest fights ever. And then there was Tarawa. Tarawa, I believe the saying was it would take 10,000 or 100,000, 10 or 100,000 men, 100 years to beat everybody that's on Japan or from Japan on Tarawa. That was a Japanese general that said that. And the Marines took that shit in like a week with way less than that. But the biggest losses were in Okinawa. Once we got to actual Japan and we boarded Okinawa, the biggest losses were in Okinawa. Second to Iwo Jima. So, stay for drunk history. Yeah, well, I mean, what'd you get? We were talking about, like, one of my best experiences in the Marine Corps was, like, fishing off the back of a World War II landing craft in the Marine Corps, and it brought me to, like, drunk history. Now, I may be off with the numbers because I am slightly buzzed, or maybe more, but we'll get back to that. Wait, I'm a World War II vet. No, good God, no, sir. I just know Marine Corps history. I am a Operation Iraqi Freedom vet. 2003, I was in Kuwait. Good God. How old do you think I look? No, I just like history. I specifically like Marine Corps history. Like the Battle of Belleau Wood, which was in World War I, was massively contributed to the Marine Corps. And there was a lot more Army there than was the Marine Corps. But a lot of the propaganda that they brought back home was showing how the Marine Corps was like beating the Germans into submission. They were taking over all of these machine gun, whatchamacallits, like machine gun bunkers, essentially, with like the Battle of Belleau Wood is one of the biggest Marine Corps, like one of the big Marine Corps legend type things, where a massive amount of like whatchamacallits, what are they called? Medal of Honors were like set, and the Marine Corps did fight like frickin' what they ended up calling us, which was Teufelhunden, which means devil dog. We fought in Belleau Wood, and the French in that battle, you love hearing stories about this. The French, so in World War I, we're getting into crazy stuff. Look, I will continue to play with grain. As a sperm cell, yeah. There's no way, dude. I was a sperm cell in 1979. I was still a sperm cell then. Let me turn down this music because the music, I can talk through a fight, but the music is loud for me. The Marine Corps in World War I. I think Trump wants to take warships back to having old steam-powered weaponry. I don't understand it. Why he wants it. I've never heard that. World War II is like 100 years ago. No, World War I was 100 years ago. World War II was in the 1940s. So like 80 years ago. A little over 80 years ago, like 85 years ago. Yeah, World War I was in the 1918 to 1920. 22? By the way, welcome in, Grisbo. Yeah. My parents were born in the 50s, so yeah, they weren't sperm cells during. Anyways, so the Battle of Bellawood. Battle of Bellawood was mostly army against the Germans. Bellawood is in Belgium. No, France. I take it back, France. I've been to Bellawood in real life. So Bellawood was in France, and France was fighting the Germans in World War I. The American army was backing them up, and with that, the Marine Corps came in. They were having issues like getting the Germans out of the woods, out of that woods. They were at a stalemate. The Marine Corps came in, and one of the famous sayings from, I believe, General, it wasn't Pickering, because that was I can't remember the general that said it, but he essentially said, like, they finally freed up. The Marine Corps came in and helped free up enough of the battle that the army and the French army, like the U.S. Army and the French army, could retreat. The French army was coming out when the Marine Corps came in, and they were like, hey, you guys need to leave. We're retreating. And the Marine Corps is like, retreat? Hell, we just got here. And so they proceed to take over 2 huge sections of the front line. And in taking over those 2 sections, they proceed to go into the Bellawood, which was heavily armed with machine guns by the Germans, machine gun bunkers and all this stuff. And they are literally low crawling through all of the wood. Oh, shithead. And even though people were getting shot by machine guns, they were using the trees as cover, low crawling into these areas, ended up behind the German lines in some cases, and actually ended up sandwiching them out and taking out the entirety of the German army inside of that thing. The Marine Corps was instrumental in that. Mostly it was an army, U.S. Army thing, but the papers were writing home about how awesome the Marines were, and so it became Marine Corps legend, essentially, that the Marines came in and took that over. And whether it's true or not, the Germans were calling the Marines Teufelhunden, which loosely translated means devil dog, which is a moniker that most Marines, or I think the entire Marine Corps, still uses to this day. The tenacity, the fierceness that they were fighting with these guys, no matter how much lead that the Germans put downstream, the God. How was I muted? I cannot even believe I was muted. That's so horrible. You missed all of that? Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす
It's my own fault. So, 15 seconds. So, the Marine Corps was there. They came in. The Army was the big thing there. They allowed the French Army to come back. The U.S. Army stuck to it, and the Marine Corps got added to the Army. The Army was attempting to run the Marines. They ended up deferring to the local general that was on the Marines. They said, "You run your guys. You get this part of the front. We'll run our guys. It's no big deal." So the Marine Corps goes in, rushes these German bunkers. Not only do they end up low crawling almost all of the way, like low crawling, be like on the ground to stay underneath the fire. These guys were taking hits, continuing to go through. I believe that one of the generals, several of the officers were injured. They continued to fight through that. Ended up, in some cases, in the fog of war, behind the lines of the Germans, and they sandwiched them in and took out all of the bunkers there. And with that, they ended up using the groups that had come together, like in small groups, and they ended up going to the city behind that where the Germans were embedded and took out all of the Germans there as well. The Army had the southern front, I believe, and the Marine Corps had the northern front. And the Marine Corps pushed so far in that they ended up behind the lines of the Germans, sandwiched them, ended up sandwiching them out, taking out all of the northern forces while the Army was still like trying to figure it out. But while the Army was a much bigger force, the Marine Corps was a much more devastating force to the Germans. These guys would be shot up and continue to come through. They would take hits, didn't even seem to care, and these guys called them Teufelhunden, which is devil dog, which means like essentially these guys are from hell essentially, and they are still coming in like a ruthless dog to take us out. And that's where the Marine Corps got the moniker of Devil Dog. So even though the Army was a massive instrumental part of that thing, and the Marine Corps was a much smaller contingent of that, the papers wrote back to the United States that, oh my God, the Marines are devastating the Germans, which in their part of the front was true. But the Army did a much bigger job down south, taking out and coming up into the city. But by the time the Army had gotten to the city, the Marine Corps had already taken out the entire northern area of that and came in and met the Army, and they cleared the city together. But the papers basically said the Marine Corps did all of this. Oh yeah, dude, they were out of ammo, jumping into bunkers and doing hand-to-hand fighting, dude. They did not give a shit. The Marine Corps is still the only branch that teaches you how to put big ass knives called bayonets on the end of your rifle. To this day, we are still taught in boot camp how to fight with a bayonet attached to our rifles. I don't think that we will ever not learn that. And by the way, Modern Warfare does not include bayonet fighting, but we are still taught bayonet fighting to this day because they ran out of ammo. They would jump into bunkers. They would get behind enemy lines, be lost in the fog of war, and still ended up coming out on top. The sword doesn't run out of ammo. Yeah, by putting a weapon on the end of your sword, by putting a knife on the end of your gun, it becomes a sword. Just saying. Sorry it was muted. Yeah, so you get a little bit of drunk Marine Corps history today. I probably messed up some of the details. I have visited these places in person. I've been to Bellawood. They have this thing called the Devil Dog Fountain, which every Marine is actually, it's on private property. But you are allowed, as if you're like, hey, I'm a Marine veteran, you can go to the museum that's across the street. They're like it's like a veteran cemetery museum. You can ask for the keys to the gate on this private property to go to this fountain that has it's a fountain with a dog head, and the water comes out of this fountain, and Marines drink from this fountain every single day that they go there. I went just before the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps. So the Marine Corps was born in November 11th. Yeah, November is it 11th, 1775. I believe it's 11th. My brain is very addled. November 11th, 1775. An entire year before the actual country that we live for, right? That we live in. So they were 250 years old in 2025. I went on like November 6th or something, and I drank from that fountain in real life. Bayonets are essentially spears, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you get drunk history in me. And I am doing a lot more reading on history, by the way. I feel like what happens when you hit like 35 or 40 as a male, you take up a couple different hobbies. One of them is like smoking meats. That's not my thing. Another is history. Like you get really into history. And another is whiskeys and bourbons. And I have taken up 2 out of those 3. Well, yeah, modern warfare is way different, dude. Shithead. That's horse crap. Dude is facing the other way. Scheiße. Ah! Oh, come on. Yeah, the way the Russians fight is crazy to me. Yeah, drone warfare is a whole different thing than like the old school battles of like World War II and back. Has anybody actually seen like Young Washington? Like that's like before the Revolutionary War. That's like when well, you say that. You say that, except when it comes to like building, going through and clearing buildings and trying to save civilians. That's where ground troops come in.
Sekiro.
Ah, you shithead. There's always exceptions, yeah, for sure. Ground troops aren't useless. The problem is the battle that is going on in Ukraine with the Russians. They have ground troops involved. But what the Russians and say the Soviet Union has always done is a battle of attrition. This is their entire moniker for like all of history essentially has been, we will send every single person we have, whether they have ammo or not. I believe it was World War II. So the Eastern Front of Germany, when Russia decided to switch sides, basically. They would send in 2 guys for every rifle they had. So basically, one guy would carry a rifle. The other guy would carry the ammo. And if the guy that got shot happened to be the guy with the ammo, the guy with the rifle would pick it up and continue on. If the guy that got shot had the rifle, the guy with the ammo would pick up the rifle and continue on. They didn't have enough weaponry to continue to fight on that front. So what they did was just throw people at them. So they went from like 15-year-olds to like 48, 49, 50-year-olds. Every available male. Yeah, times have changed drastically, you're right. At some point during my ranting, I must have hit my mute button. Yeah, I have been reading more. If it's not straight history, it's historic. I try and stick to authors that do historical fiction. And what those authors that try and do that, the ones I stick to are the ones that will incorporate a character as essentially a placeholder for a Marine in the battle. Or an army guy in the battle. Like, we'll say Private Smith or whatevs. But most all of it is factual. Like, it's from accounts from that they've been able to pull up in history books or by interviewing people or whatever. And they just introduce a fictional character to stand in as the generalized private or whatever that would be there. Yeah, the medieval times were crazy, dude. I'm more of a American history guy. I have read stuff and listened to podcasts that talk about history, or listen to audiobooks that talk about history from like the beginning of mankind on. And I think a lot of times people forget all of the bad stuff that certain groups have done, and they tend to focus on whatever country it is that they don't like. So we'll say with like slavery as an example. They're like, oh, America was totally bad with its slavery. Well, slavery existed for like, I don't know, 1,000 years before America came along. And after America outlawed slavery, there's still slavery today. So, can we get over that?
Sekiro.
Slavery has been around ever since mankind existed, dude. It existed in the Bible. It existed, which is like supposed to be, if you believe the timeline, it's like the beginning of mankind. If you don't believe that the Bible's a thing, but by the way, they address slavery in the Bible, so I mean, it's always existed. Yeah, I will say that I am not the most. Oh, you shithead. Yeah, see, River's right, dude. The U.S. banned slavery before Britain did. Or at least the slave trade before Britain did. So they were still trading slaves after America had already banned it. Even with Moses in Egypt, yeah, the Jews were enslaved to, or Hebrews were enslaved to the Egyptians. That was like thousands of years ago. So to pretend, like a lot of people like to do, to pretend that slavery was like only an American thing is literal insanity. Oh, this shithead's killing me now. There are people that are now doing that to try and be like, America's bad. Bro, I have traveled this world over and over and over. Over and over and over. I have been all around the world to several different countries. And while each country has its own cool thing, its most awesome thing, the most awesome thing on the face of the planet is the American Constitution. And what the American founders set up as the freest, most freedom-based thing that has ever existed. And this experiment, let's be real, it was an experiment when they first set it up, has continued on for over 250 years. Yeah. So there's some people that will say the Earth's only like 6,000 years old or whatever because that's all the Bible covers. I don't think that. I believe in Christ. I believe in the Bible. I also believe our interpretation on time didn't really exist for a long time. And I think... Oh, you shithead. I think that you're right. When Raz says that it's like 5 or 10,000 years ago that Moses was around, I agree. Man has been around for a long time. A lot of the first part of the Bible was like word of mouth. Passed down, passed down, passed down until finally somebody wrote it down, right? Can we say that people used to live a lot longer? I don't know. America is a baby in a global aspect of time, but you cannot deny that that is one of the best countries. If not the best, one of the best countries on the face of the planet. When so many people view their country and they say, I want to live in America because it's better than my country. We have millions and millions of people that try and get in every single year. And the people that try and say, all right, look, America's bad, it's horrible, whatever. You can't say that when millions of people are fighting to get into this country every single year. That's insanity. You can't say this is the crappiest country on earth when everybody wants to get in, dude. Super Earth. America is Super Earth. Essentially. The Bible should be banned. It has slavery and abuse of humans. You're right. There is people that would love to ban the Bible because it has sex, it has slavery in it, it has abuse of entire countries that are not Hebrew or Jewish. Oh, you're a shithead. That shouldn't have. Oh! Ah, scheisse. Oh, that's my own fault for trying to run away. Right now, the biggest problem we have, I'll put it to Western culture. Western culture being European, American, anyone that believes in individual freedoms, right? Essentially. To whatever extent they want to believe in those freedoms. Western culture is under attack as being bad. Capitalism is under attack as being bad. Capitalism has gotten more people out of poverty than any other economic system in the entirety of human history. This guy's a shithead. Statistically, there is absolutely nothing anybody can argue against that. But they're like, capitalism breeds racism. Capitalism breeds discrimination. Capitalism rewards meritocracy. And meritocracy is essentially the best people should get the most money. The people that have the innovation, the people that are willing to risk their entire careers, lives, livelihood. This guy's a shithead. And put down that money, their money, onto a business. And it creates so many jobs. Raises so many people out of poverty. Like, let's be real. America is one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest, one of the wealthiest countries on earth. If you are born into America, you are already in the top 1% of the world. of the world. You can't argue statistics in that. You can't. It's literally statistically true that if you were born into America, you are already in the top 1% of the entire world when it comes to earnings. Is it expensive here? Sure. I'll tell you, Switzerland's a lot more expensive than it is here. Just saying. Church has been pulling too much weight in government lately. I disagree, sir. I think if church were more if the churches would actually speak up and be like, look, our followers should follow what the Bible says. Just vote the Bible. If you are a Christian and you vote your actual beliefs versus your feelings, and I don't know how to say it. If you vote your biblical beliefs, if you're a Christian, Catholic, Jewish, whatever, you would actually see a lot more conservatives get elected than a lot more of, we'll say, what is it, the Democratic Socialist of America. You see a lot more conservatives get elected over them because the church should be saying, hey, this is your beliefs, vote your beliefs. I think the church is scared. It's money. It's money. So I even think the church is scared to speak on political beliefs because of money. So churches are normally considered 5013Cs, which makes them not have to pay taxes. So a lot of times they will not speak out against government, against laws that they don't agree with, that are not biblically aligned, because they're afraid. I will speak personally for mega churches. They're afraid of losing their 5013C status, meaning they'd have to pay taxes. If the church had never been told that you are tax exempt, I think you'd hear a lot more stuff from the churches. I'm not saying that religion needs to be involved in government, but they should be preaching, look, this is what the Bible says. And that's it. This is what the Bible says, and that's it. When it comes to money, bro, the government is straight corrupt. You can't tell me that someone that makes $175,000 a year as a congressperson can go into Congress for 4 years and they're broke before they go in. They make $175,000 a year. And then all of a sudden, they're a millionaire. They didn't even get paid $1 million. How the hell did they make $1 million? That's where the issue is. There's so much corruption in our government and in all governments across the world and the people that have been there the longest are the most corrupt. If you take all of that incentive out of, like, all the lobbyists and stuff like that out of the government, things would be a lot easier. Like, if you couldn't go into government and make millions of dollars by investing or talking to people or someone paying you to push their agenda, that's the problem. Oh yeah, I agree. There should be term limits. There should be term limits on this. I don't know how this turned into a giant political stream, but there should definitely be term limits on government. I think you should do 2 terms per government position. So you can do 2 terms as a congressman, 4 years each. You can do 2 terms as a senator, like you can go from congressman to senator, 2 each. and then you can attempt to run as a senator for vice president or president. 2 terms, 4 years each. So that would give you a total of 8 plus 8 plus 8, which is 24. 24 years total, and then you are no longer allowed to be a government employee. One of the biggest problems is a lot of these guys get out and they get put on boards of companies. They get put on like social media, like or CNN consultants or whatever, and they make so much money from that afterwards. But still, if you limited it to 8 years, 8 years, 8 years, you'd be even better. Or hear me out, 6 years. Instead of 4 years, every 6 years, we vote for somebody, and then that's it. You get 6 years in Congress, 6 years in the Senate, 6 years as president / vice president, or on a cabinet position, and then that's all. That's 18 years in the government. That is basically what and you could pull a retirement and say the same thing, like 20 years for the military. You pull a retirement, do that, you'd be done. Yeah, so that's the big problem. Yeah, war and politics go hand in hand. Yeah, there's a lot of corruption, dude. There's a lot of stuff that it would take upending the entire system. And unfortunately, to do that, to upend the entire system and rewrite it all, would piss off both sides. It would make all of the normal people, me, you, Raz, everybody in the chat, happy that these guys aren't in there. Like, I think Nancy Pelosi's been in government since like 1970 something. Bernie Sanders has been there a long time. These guys make millions, and then they're like, hold on. If you're Bernie Sanders, we need to take the money from the trillionaires and billionaires. Bro has a freaking house, a lake house, as a second and third home, and has a net worth of like 30 or 40 million dollars. We need to take the money from the billionaires and trillionaires. How about, you've never started a business. How the hell do you have like 10, 20, 30 million dollars, dickhead? Get off me. Get off me. You've done nothing, created nothing, and you've been in politics since the 70s or 80s or whatever. Get out. That's craziness. Well, with Trump, it's a little bit different. He is definitely an outsider. I do not agree with everything Trump does. I'm gonna put that out there. That guy, all of his tariffs are dumb. A lot of the crap he says is dumb. But policy-wise, he is very, very, very center of the road. Trump keeps going back, and each time after his term ends and he gets impeached and finds... So an impeachment in the U.S. does not necessarily mean that you have actually... What is impeachment? Part of impeachment is you've done a thing that they abhor, essentially. I'm not trying to stand up for the guy, but also he left office. He got voted out of office. Should he have gone around saying, "Oh my God, there was fraud and all this stuff"? No, that was dumb, and that divided a lot of people. But when he got voted back in, because the other side put up a dipshit ass candidate. If people would just put up normal candidates, people would vote on the normal candidate. if it's a choice between a shit sandwich and a douchebag, I might vote for the douchebag because I don't want to eat a shit sandwich. At least a giant douche cleans out things. A shit sandwich is just a shit sandwich. If you put up a shit sandwich to go against a giant douche, I'm gonna pick the giant douche. At least it cleans it out. I don't agree with the giant douche, but I'm not gonna eat a shit sandwich. Jesus Christ. Just put a wrench in some of the corruption. He has in some of it. I think he could do a lot better if he would. I like the guy because he's a troll. I also dislike him because he's a troll. Like, let's be real, dude. Let's be real. The guy says some off-the-wall shit, and sometimes he says it just to see what the media will say about it. He is literally the first troll. He is the king of trolls. I need more alcohol, dude. Hold on. The fact that he's trolled the governments has been an LOL for real, dude. He's trolled everybody. He doesn't even care. I'm never gonna agree with every single person's policy. I just can't get behind. I need to start this fight over already. I'm just gonna die. I just can't get behind candidates that are like, hey, we're gonna take your individual rights away for the collective. I'm always going to vote for the candidate that is more about individualism than collectivism. I'm going to vote for the government. For characters in the government, people in the government that are like, we want to protect your individual rights versus taking them away for the better good. Because who decides what the better good is? The shitheads that are in Washington, D.C. I can't take that, dude. You don't get to tell me what to do. Sorry. You don't get to tell me what to do. I have rights established to me by my God and by nature, and you cannot take them away. And as soon as you start taking them away, the Second Amendment comes into effect, and you're done. You're like, oh, people can't fight the government because they have F-16s. Hey, shitheads. You know who a lot of damn conservatives are and people that don't want to hear about taking your rights away? The military. They'll stop following orders as soon as you say, you need to fight these civilians because they want to keep their rights and we think it's better for them not to have them. Sorry. The military takes an oath to fight against enemies, foreign and domestic. And that domestic can also be the government. Oh yeah, dude. I'm not saying Trump's the best politician. There is absolutely no way I'm going to say that. He is the politician we needed in 2016. Had he got elected in 2020, I think we'd be worse off than we are now when he got elected in 2024. It's almost as if the country needed to see how bad it got under a Democratic president with all the craziness. And then they said, all right, you're right. And not only did the Electoral College vote him in, but the popular vote voted him in. Voted him back in. Because they're like, this guy, whether he says crazy ass shit, is at least more to the center than anyone else on the thing. But yeah, he was just a puppet, dude. For sure, just a puppet.
Sekiro.
Those who do not read history are doomed to repeat it. By denying history, by denying the things that have happened in the past, retrying stupid shit like communism, socialism, and all that, is literally just asking to have the same exact thing happen over and over again. Holy shit, did I just no-hit the first two stages? The fuck out of here. And then that happens. Ah, scheisse. Yeah, the voting Trump in was a giant middle finger to where the country was going, and people didn't like it. People didn't like where the country was going, so they're like, let's vote this giant orange middle finger into office. And then people decided whether you believe the numbers or not. Das Boots. Whether you believed whether the numbers were right or not, whether you say there was some kind of like fraud or whatever, we'll just say Biden won. The votes were counted. Fine. They gave them a chance to come back from needing a middle finger. And what happened? The country decided they needed another middle finger. That's what was decided. You shitheads are gonna be crazy. We're gonna give you a middle finger, dude. That's how it is. And the middle finger just happened to be Trump. And they don't like him. Again, does he do things that I always like? No. Is it I don't like that he's had like 4 wives or whatever, and like he cheated on some of them or whatever he did. Morally, I'm not into that, but hey, that's who he got, dude. Arnold can't be president. And again, at this point, because of how far left the left has gone, Arnold's a conservative. He is a Republican. Now, by the way, he ran as a Republican in the first place. But that guy is solidly Republican at this point. Scheiße. Yeah, Arnold can't be president. The biggest problem that all westernized countries have right now is massive immigration. Oh my god, I've never seen that finalization. Is massive immigration of radical Muslims and third world countries. I'd say radical Muslims versus regular Islam because there's a difference. It's much like the difference between bad Christians and regular Christians. Like I feel like I'm a regular Christian. Like if you want to live your life in what I consider to be sin, by all means do so. It doesn't bother me. Radical anything is bad, yeah. Yeah, and I may be pushing off a lot of viewers. Whatever, dude. These are just the things that I think. Extremes of anything is bad. People that can live more in the middle seem to have the capability to have logic and can look at things and be open to learning. Be open to learning, be open to new ideas and stuff. It's the either side that just seems to be like, nope, if you're not with us, you're against us and you're a shitface. Dude, I can't deal with that. I'm not gonna side with you. I'm not gonna side with either side on that point. Buffering again? Oh, interesting. I wonder if they're buffering me on purpose. A conspiracy theorist would say that they're buffering me on purpose because they don't want me to talk. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know conspiracies actually exist, but not every damn thing is a conspiracy. And it's not, I want to be clear, it's not drunk rants. In all reality, this is like actually how I feel, dude. I'm just more willing to say it after I've been drinking. We've always said this is the more adult stream. We've always said this Saturday is where we can talk about whatever. Right? That's always been the thing. Yeah, the biggest thing is I'll wait till it stops buffering. I'll see when it stops dropping frames.
Sekiro.
Scheiße. I go from no hitting the first two bosses, the first two phases, to like not being able to get through the second phase. Yeah, when it comes to politicians I would like to see in 2028, here's what I think is going to happen. I think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to be... She's going to be in a primary on the Democratic side against, like, Gavin Newsom. By the way, Gavin Newsom has fucking ruined California. Ruined it. Ruined it. She's going to be in a runoff against him, and she's going to win because she has the backing of the Democratic Socialists of America, right? They're an up-and-coming party. They're, for whatever reason, the Democratic Party is allowing them into their thing. Personally, I think they should say, no, F you, socialists, we don't want you. But, hey, I can't do that. You're already drunk. I'm not drunk. So I think it'll be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's like 36, she'll be 37, against JD Vance. I wish. Who's the vice president right now? I don't like JD Vance as president. Who I like as president is Marco Rubio. As Secretary of State, that guy has proven himself much more competent in foreign affairs and basically every single thing possible for the Republican side. But they're gonna run JD Vance. And by running JD Vance, they may lose to essentially a socialist. And I can't deal with that shit. That Cortez lady would be horrible. What are you talking about, dude? No, dude, she's crazy towns. Yeah, dude, she said crazy shit in the past about we need to defund our police because and not have police departments. We should have like social welfare people that go out to domestic calls instead. What are you talking about, crazy lady? Why are we defunding the police? And she wants to socialize American healthcare? I don't know, dude. I look at Canada. I don't see a great socialized healthcare. I would like to pick who I go to. I would like to pay for the things that I think that I need to pay for. As soon as you socialize healthcare, I no longer get to pick. The government gets to pick. Don't like it. Don't like that. Not my cup of tea, bro. And she'll tax the living shit out of the middle class, dude. I'm not for her. I don't care if we have a woman president. That doesn't bother me. It's just the insanity that she stands for, dude. Yeah, she talks. So she's on social media a lot more than a lot of the other candidates. Now, by the way, these are my opinions. Anybody that's for collectivism, especially we'll use healthcare as an example, right? It doesn't. In the US, the top 1%, I think, pay something like 50% of all taxes. Like, statistically. What are you asking for? All of their money? Okay, I'm dead. In recent years, the top 1% of U.S. earners have paid 37 to 42% of all federal individual income tax. That's the people they're wanting to tax more. The top 1% pays 42% of all taxes in the U.S. Yeah. Personally, here's what I suggest. Let's go to a consumption-based tax. So, instead of doing income tax, yeah, that's her just talking, dude. The statistics don't show that. Let's go with this kind of tax instead of an income tax. Let me. Bro, Elon has paid the most taxes out of, has paid the most money into the tax system out of anybody. What are you talking about? When he liquidized a bunch of his stuff to buy Twitter and junk, he paid a shit ton of taxes. He paid billions of dollars in taxes. Just because he's made $1 trillion, or he's worth $1 trillion, doesn't mean he actually has $1 trillion. He has a shit ton of money in stocks. If you forced him... Yeah, because he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. So if you forced, we'll say Elon Musk, to say, okay, you need to pay 50% of your net worth. Maybe some people, but not all of them, dude. So here's the deal when it comes to CEOs and stuff like that, right? People that make a company. First off, they're the ones that put in all of the risk in the company. They start a company, we'll use SpaceX. Tesla and SpaceX is what has made him the most money. The most money, and that's what he's worth. Okay? If you forced him to say, okay, you are worth $1 trillion. You need to pay taxes on what you're worth, not what you've made. So you are worth $1 trillion this year. So what you need to do is you need to pay 50% of $1 trillion. So that would be $500 billion. To get that $500 billion, he would have to sell $500 billion worth of stock. That would crash the stock market. My 401k would drop down to nothing because he owns stocks. Now, can there be laws put in place to say, hey, you can't borrow against your stocks to spend money so that you can't hide your money? Sure, I agree with that. You can't say, I have $1 trillion worth of stock, so bank, I would like you to give me $1 million worth of debt so that I can buy a new house or buy a new boat. I'm fine with that. But you can't say I need to tax you on $1 trillion because that's what you're worth. I'm worth more than I make every single year. Do I have to sell all of my 401k now to pay my taxes? No. That's asinine. And that's the crazy stuff Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez talks about. He might be worth $1 trillion, but he does not make that much every year, dude. When he sells the stock, he pays taxes on it. That's how it's always worked in the U.S. I do not want my 401k and my stock market to crash because Elon Musk and the other billionaires have to liquidate their stocks to pay their taxes because the government said you're worth $500 billion. I need you to pay 25% of that. That would crash all of capitalism, all of it. Can you make? I agree. We can say, hey, you can't borrow against your net worth. You wish you could be a billionaire? So does everybody, dude. Lottery, please pick me. Yeah. So, I agree. I will agree on a middle ground. Right? Let's go with the middle ground. You're getting a holiday to the U.S. this year, sir. I'm bankrolling part of it. And I do not make $1 million a year. I make maybe $110,000 a year. Yeah, that's how Raz is. Yeah, so when it comes to these billionaires and trillionaires need to pay their fair share. Bro, they already pay 42% of all tax revenue. All tax revenue. I agree, they should not be able to borrow money against their worth. They should have to take a salary from their company and pay taxes on that. That's what I agree on. It should be illegal to borrow money against your net worth. I feel like that's a good compromise. You make $0 a year? Yeah, my taxes go to Raz. Right, so my suggestion is a consumption tax. Instead of income tax, you allow me to keep every single dime I've earned, right? But you tax me on everything I spend. So, if I have enough money to buy a $100 million yacht, guess what? I have to pay taxes on that $100 million yacht. We'll say 10%. If I decide to buy a $20,000 car, I have to pay 10% on that $20,000 car. So instead of having a $20,000 car, I have to pay $22,000 for that car. $2,000 of it goes to the American government. I will say, let's go with a consumption tax. So I bought, back in the day, a $150,000 house. At that, I would have to pay $15,000 in taxes. And then, by the way, don't charge me property tax. F you on that. But we'll say I just paid the $15,000 taxes. If someone else decides to buy a $1 million house, guess what you're gonna pay, shithead? Like $100,000. Or what is it? Yeah, $100,000. $100,000 on taxes. So if I am a very, very wealthy person, but I decide not to spend a lot of money, so be it. So be it. Then that means I'm doing something else with my money, probably investing it or whatever. Property taxes, BS. Yeah, I agree. It would just like, so in Europe, every time, so you're gonna have anxiety here doing that. In Europe, when I go in and buy it, all the taxes included. So let's say something's $50 and there's a 10% tax. In Europe, they just listed as $55. Here, they listed as $50, and then you have to figure out the fucking tax. It's horrible, dude. You'll see when you come here. Oh, the VAT tax? Bro, screw that VAT tax, dude. I hate that thing. By the way, if you get rid of taxes in that case, right? You decide, okay, we're just gonna do a consumption tax in the U.S. You get rid of the entirety of the IRS at that point, and by getting rid of the entirety of the IRS, you save yourself like $10 billion a year. Yeah. So let's do some rough math. We'll ask Google. I'm gonna go to Google, so Gemini, right? Okay, shit face. I clicked on you. What is the total everyone in the U.S. spends every year. All right, the total consumer spending in the U.S. measured as personal consumption expenditures runs at a seasonally adjusted annual rate of $22 trillion, with total annual household and consumer expenditures averaging $78,000 per household. Now, that's average, right? Some households spend more, some households spend less. Okay? What if we did a 10% consumption tax instead of income tax? What would you predict tax income would be versus income tax? And I somehow hit cap locks. A straight 10% consumption tax would collectively roughly a straight 10% consumption tax would collect roughly $2.2 trillion, creating a massive $460 billion revenue deficit compared to what the U.S. currently collects through individual income tax. To completely replace the federal income tax on revenue neutral basis, a consumption tax would need to be set at 12 to 15%, assuming it applies to absolutely every dollar spent on goods, housing, and healthcare without any exemptions. So, I'm fine if you charge me a 15% consumption tax. Then the federal government can run on a fucking surplus for a change. Can we please stop taxing me at fucking 25 to 30%, and I'll just pay for what I consume? Fucking hell, dude. This is ridiculous. Hard job, Hunk. I'm just ranting at this point. I'm drunk. Chair playing game, how much, Uncle? My chair's not playing game, I am. I agree, dude. He charged me a 15%. Let me take every single dollar in, right? Let me take every single dollar that I earn. And then whatever I spend, I pay a consumption tax. And then also, the states might want like 5% to run. Fine. I would pay less in the long run on my consumption. You know why? Because I don't consume a lot. I consume a lot compared to the rest of the world. I don't consume a lot compared to the rest of the U.S. Scheisse, this guy is going crazy towns. Get out of here, shitface. I need to, like, win. Oh, that was uncalled for. What happens after I've been drinking? I can't even get past first phase now. There you go. Do I still have that page up? I don't. Yeah, with that consumption tax, you could charge companies that same consumption tax. Meaning if companies decide to invest their money in a bunch of stuff, they pay a consumption tax, but they don't pay taxes on what they make. So if I just, we'll say I'm making $100,000 a year, right? But I only spend 50,000 of that. You only get to tax me 15% of 50,000. What do I do with the rest? Who the fuck cares? You aren't the government, shitface, and I don't get to fucking tell you. Maybe I put it into stocks and bonds. I fucking make that myself. Go fuck yourself on how much I paid. So if a billionaire decides I'm gonna buy this luxury home for $100,000 or $100 million, guess what, shithead? You get to pay 15% of $100 million. No exception. Ah, shit! I suck. I'd be down for a consumption tax. The problem is, nobody would allow that. I'd also be down. Here's something controversial. Taking Social Security money. So say we pay in 5% to Social Security. Instead of, I hate how our government uses Social Security, by the way. So if you don't know, Social Security used to be a separate fund. I can't remember when, but I believe in the 60s or 70s, the Congress voted that Social Security money should be allowed to be used as part of the budget. So we'll say $1 billion get put into Social Security every year. There's more than that, by the way. They decided. This guy's a shit face. They decided that Social Security should be part of the budget. They could take funds from Social Security and use it for other horse shit. At some point in the 60s and 70s. I don't remember when, but that's when they decided that. What a fucking shit show. At this point, because of that, Social Security is going to basically be cut by like something like 30 something. It's 32%, I believe, by like 2032. So everybody that's dependent on Social Security, you pay into it whether you want to or not. You have absolutely no choice in the matter. It's going to reduce by something like 30% in like 2032. Had they said, okay, look, all the money we collect for Social Security, all of it, goes into the S&P 500, much like a 401k would. Had it gone into an S&P 500 index, much like a 401k would, one, everyone with a 401k, Social Security, all of that would be much higher. The entire stock market would be much higher. Companies would have more money to reinvest and make better products, all of that. And you keep it separate from the rest of the budget, it would not run out. The S&P 500 increases on an average of 10% per year. Some years it's great, some years it's not, but 10% on average per year. If you privatized Social Security and said, we're going to tie it to the S&P 500 index, they would never run out of money for Social Security. But because they made it part of the budget, guess what, shit faces? You're running out of money because you've charged up a giant ass bill. And now there's not going to be any Social Security for my dumb ass when it comes to when I retire. Not even, I think there's going to be no Social Security when I go to retire. So I'm just worried about my own retirement. I'm doing it on my own with 401k and other stocks. Jason for president? Here's the thing. So I said the same thing at work. I don't want to be a manager. The people that want to run for president or office in general, if you want to be a politician, I don't trust you. Right? There's very few people that I would trust that want to be a politician, right? If you're like, look, I don't want to be a politician. I don't want to be president. But like people are voting me in, or the party has decided, like we'll say the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, doesn't matter who. The party has decided that they're putting me forward as that position, but I don't want it. Those are going to be the best people. I don't want to be a manager. But all of the people that work for me have told me, dude, when the manager position came up at work, there's like, you have to put in for this manager position. I'm like, I really don't want to be manager. They're like, no, you have to put in for it. They asked me, the people I have trained, asked me to please put in for the position. There's 3 new people at work. The 4th person also suggested, who's been there a little bit, like a lot longer than the new people, also suggested you should put in for the manager position. I don't want to be a fucking manager, dude. I want to work to being like a tech lead or a tech fellow or something like that. I want to go up the technical route where like the managers come to me for all the answers. Like I know everything there is to know about quality assurance. I can tell you what there is to know. But the people that work with me are like, you have to put in for manager. If you're someone like that for politics, that's the people who I want to elect. The people that do not want to do the position, but other people have decided that they have to do the position. By the way, it's not hard to own a food truck here. All the 80-year-old millionaires in government don't give a shit about us. Well, I mean, there's a massive... So, Gen X. Being part of Gen X myself. Gen X has decided, go fuck yourselves. We're not going to be involved in government. So it went from like boomers to like now the millennials are stepping up to do the work. Gen X like checked out. They're like, boom, we're out, shit faces. We don't give a fuck about you.
見よ不思議のもう一振りよ俺がアシナを生かす
Shit face, I blocked both of those.
その力だ
Yeah, Gen X checked out, dude. Had Gen X stepped up, we wouldn't have all these like 30 plus years people in government. Gen X didn't step up. They just did. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of stuff that I think should happen. I'm not the smartest dude in the world. Fucking obviously. I drink while playing Dark Souls games. That has to be one of the dumbest things possible. I still haven't figured out how to, like... make a massively successful, like, streaming YouTube type channel. Not the smartest dude that exists, right? But I feel like the ideas that I have, obviously after listening to people and podcasts and reading and just understanding like the literal basics of fucking economics, like, I feel like I understand enough to be like, hey, this is kind of how it should be. But if there's absolutely zero chance I would ever get elected to any fucking thing. I would immediately be disqualified for saying a man is a man, a woman's a woman. That's it. XXXY, that's how you're fucking defined. You can identify as whatever you want, but when it comes to sports, bathrooms, all of that, sorry, bro. Sorry, chica. You gotta go where the chromosomes say you go. I would immediately be canceled.
Sekiro.
Like, I might, like, we'll say, sure, maybe Jason would get elected to... like, mayor of Midwest City or something. That'd be it. As soon as I ran for state office or something, it'd be done. Well, you know, in Oklahoma, maybe I'd be okay in state office saying stuff like that. Being like, hey, you know what? You know what I don't like? Fucking property tax. How about this? Instead of property tax, we're gonna do a 2% consumption tax. we're gonna abolish the property tax and everything you spend in Oklahoma. We're gonna do away with state tax too. Everything you spend in Oklahoma will cost you 10%, 5%, 5%. Everything you spend in Oklahoma will cost you 5%. No more property tax. I might get elected to governor. I would never get elected into like national office. There's zero way, dude. Because I would totally be like, you know what? Some lobbyist would be like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you this much if you like totally propose that we'll say oil, because oil's a big thing in Oklahoma. They're like, oh yeah, if you allow us to be tax free in Oklahoma, I'd be like, hey, go fuck yourself. You are just as much. You should pay just as much as any other business in Oklahoma. I would be against being lobbied. I don't care. I just don't care. Let's see what the governor of Oklahoma makes. If they make as much as I make already, there's absolutely nothing anybody could say. Bro, why is this acting like it's some kind of big giant thing? The Attorney General of Oklahoma makes $132,000. The Governor of Oklahoma makes $147,000. Shitface, if they made me the Governor of Oklahoma, there's absolutely nothing any lobbyist could say to me. There's absolutely nothing any lobbyist could say to me to make me sway them. Like, oh, we'll give you an extra $50,000 if you allow. No, go fuck yourselves. You're gonna pay just as much as everybody else. Why you're coming here is because Oklahoma will do the fucking work for you, and we will allow you to fucking exist here. And we have the talent required to do what it is you want to do. So go fuck yourselves. There's absolutely zero lobbyists that can bother me. You know why? Because I make less than that, shitface. I make less than $147,000 a year. You couldn't offer me enough money to allow me to be corrupted by some shitface company that wants to like, oh, we want a tax break to come here. Now, would I allow a new company a tax break to come here? But I don't take any extra pay for it. Maybe because I look at it and say, okay, let me see how many jobs you say you're gonna create. Blah 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 blah. That benefits the entirety of Oklahoma. Sure, fine, but it's not gonna be because I'm gonna get paid any extra. I'm not gonna take. If I ever got approved for like mayor, governor, or whatever, you couldn't pay me enough. You couldn't pay me enough to take that, dude. To like go back against that. And you just couldn't. Just couldn't. It would already be more money than I'm making now as a quality engineer for Boeing. A governor makes more than I make now. And I think that's the problem. Maybe if we paid our government employees more. Hear me out. If we paid our government employees more, And we made it to where if you take lobbyist money and stuff like that, you're just gonna straight get kicked out of office. But you were paid more. So say maybe I pay the governor of Oklahoma $200,000. But you can't take you have to take zero lobbyist money. Same concept for like Congress, senators, whatever. I think you might attract more talent.
俺がアシナを生かす
Maybe the problem is they think that they don't make enough. I don't know, dude. Dude, the amount of money it would take me to come against my beliefs is basically more than I would make in a year. I just couldn't. And the person that doesn't want to be a politician is probably the best politician, in my opinion. All right, this water's done. Bye, water.
結局何もできない
Behind me.
参れ関野
Ah, shit face. How do you go into Mortal Blade, though? Hold on. Yeah, the big problem is people that have been in government for like a long time. I totally think there should be term limits. Scheiße. All right, I gotta pee. Be right back. He'd probably make a great politician then, since I don't know many politicians. Keep up with politics. Well, I mean, I think part of being a good politician is understanding what the majority of people want. We'll use the US as an example. Something like 80 something percent, something like 80 to 90% of people agree that you should have to show an ID to vote. Then you should push something like that, dude, when it's 80-20, right? Princess! How the hell are you still here? Like if you run surveys, right? And you're like, hey, what is like 80% of the people agree on for like immigration or something? Then let's run the policy on what 80% of the people agree on. If you do something to that effect, I think you'd be fine. This shit face. I think that's where people get like kind of messed up. Like right now, literally something like 80% of the people in the US agree that we should have identification to vote. Listening to me? I know, I've gone political tonight. If something like 80% of the people agree that showing an ID should be a requirement for voting, like a U.S. citizenship should be a thing for voting, then why the hell is there an argument against that? That makes zero sense to me. And that's like, if you continually pick 70/80% of what voters want, run surveys, dude. Pay the money to run surveys and just do that. Yeah.
に赤炉お主を切るぞ
Yeah, so to me, that oh, good God, I already died in the first phase. I can't remember that. To me, that seems I might say something unpopular here, but there are people with XX and XY chromosomes. Now, there is a very, 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 very small percentage of people with like XXY or XYY or whatever. But the vast majority of people fall into XX and XY. Guess what? I believe, if I remember my biology correctly, XX is female, XY is male. And if you're an XY and you say, I'm a female, fine, whatever. Or I'm a woman, fine, whatever. You don't get to compete in the sports against XX females. But also, if you're bleeding out of your ass, that's a medical issue, bro. Like, every month I bleed out of my ass for like 7 days. That seems like you ate too much Taco Bell and you need to take care of that. I feel like just saying that feels like a medical issue you should take care of. Maybe I'm wrong, but please go take care of that. Like, you can identify as whenever you want. I don't give a shit.
俺がアシナを生かす
What would Princess like to talk about tonight? Let's ask Princess what she wants to talk about. Would you like to talk about aerospace or? I feel like I know a lot of things, a little bit about a lot of things. It's ready to vote. Yeah, I don't understand why that's a big thing here in the US, dude. Why is it such a big issue? Yeah, so we can look up the statistics on people that have weird chromosomes, like 3 chromosomes or YY chromosomes or something to that effect. But again, that's not the norm, right? It's a genetic mutation. How we have so many people that are literally saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a woman, but I have XX chromosomes, or I have XY chromosomes." But you know what? I feel like a woman, bro. Look, you're not fucking Shania Twain, okay? You can't feel like a woman. It's not how it works. You're probably just gay. It's okay to be gay. You can just be gay. You don't have to be like... You can be like, I'm a man and I'm gay. I don't understand. Why do you have to be a woman? Like, can you be logical for like half a second? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. It's been interesting listening. Well, you've run in. Oh shit! I forgot my drink. Hold on. Scheisse. You've been listening to the rants of drunken Jason. This is what I won't say during the week. This is why Saturday exists. You can bring up any subject on a Saturday. I'm fine with it. I don't mind. I will tell you my opinion. Now, that does not mean I'm trying to exclude anybody. Everybody's welcome. It's fine. I love everybody. It's fine. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to agree with you. It's okay to not agree. I don't understand why that's a big thing. Yeah, that's the big, like, that's a big issue that has come up in the US. Lone Wolf. Sorry, River. I did forget my drink. And we're like an hour past where I normally stream, Pat. Like, actually 2 hours past where I normally stream, so. Yeah, 80% of America agrees with you, sir. The problem is there's like... There's like Republicans that won't push it because they don't have... I don't have the votes because Donald Trump says this. It's like, dude, come on, hold on. Damn, I died. Just because Donald Trump says something doesn't mean it's not bad. Doesn't mean it's bad. I don't understand what the hate is on that guy, dude. Just because he's always like saying crazy ass shit doesn't mean he doesn't say some like real ass logical shit every once in a while. Like, gotta fucking just shut up and just vote for it, dude. Like, we have this whole standing filibuster thing in the US, like. Like, we have this thing called the filibuster where the minority party is allowed to, like, hold up the vote for whatever reason. There's this thing called oh, shit. There's this thing called the standing filibuster, which what that amounts to is, okay, say the minority party decides, okay, we don't have a 60 vote majority. So what we're going to do instead is filibuster this. We're gonna vote against it. We filibuster it, and what that means is now you don't have the votes to do this, so we're gonna throw it under the bus. It's gonna go away. There's this cool thing about the filibuster where you can say, "Cool, here's what we want you to do. We want you, as a minority." In this case, the Democrats, because the Republicans are the majority in the Senate right now. As the minority, we want you to stand up and argue against whatever it is we're voting on. And you have so many hours or whatever it is instead of doing that, they're like, well, they're going to filibuster it, so we just won't push it. Go fuck yourselves. Let them sons of bitches stand. Oh, crap. I just got ate up. Let them sons of bitches stand there and say why the hell they don't want, in this case, IDs for voting. Let them stand there and say it, dude. Don't, and then make everybody vote. And then you can see who's on record as being against it and for it. I don't understand why we don't do that. It's an actual thing that's allowed in our Senate. And I just don't understand. I don't understand what the whole thing is against. Why it's like, oh, we can't do that. They're gonna filibuster it, so we just won't vote on it. Which is why they haven't passed the whole, in the US, it's called the SAVE Act. Which is essentially the voter ID thing. Which we have brought up, several people have brought up several times, like, other countries do this, why can't we do it? And the only thing that I can think that a Democrat would be against it is because they're like, hey, we have illegal immigrants that want to vote, and we don't want to exclude them because they normally vote for us. That's the only thing I can think of. And if you want to get away from that, go to the ID thing. The UK does it. Poland does it. Every fucking place on the basically on the face of the planet does it, but we can't. It's crazy to me. Yeah, dude, I don't care what people dress as or identify as. It doesn't bother me, dude. But you can't be like, oh, I need to be able to go in a woman's bathroom. Tell you what, if a woman showed up in a male's bathroom, I'd be like, whatevs. I really don't give a shit. I pushed the wrong button to block. Yeah, I agree with you, River. But someone with XY chromosomes should not be able to compete against someone with XX chromosomes. Let's be real. Let's look at statistics, records, and stuff like that. Men are physically stronger than women. They're physically faster than women. To protect women's sports, we do not need men who identify as women in that sport. There is basically I'm a black belt in martial arts. I've also been trained by the Marine Corps. Like, let's be real, to kill people. Let's be real. Oh, that guy just wrecked me. I should not be competing against women, dude. Like, I can bench press more than basically most women. I can fight better than most women. Even if you're the most trained woman on the face of the planet, I can hold my own. I have faith in that because I still train to fight. I should not be allowed to fight women, dude. Just because I say I'm a woman. Same in sports. A high school basketball team could beat any WA and NWA
黒そば
team.
俺がアシナを生かす
So I should not be able to compete against you, dude. Like, why can't we just do that? It's like women's safety. It's like, I don't understand why that's a big deal. Sure. There are women that are stronger than me, but I mean, I'm not saying there aren't.
俺にもなすべきことが
I am saying the average man is stronger than the average woman. It's literally biological. There's absolutely there can't be any argument against that. Amanda is an average woman. I am an above average man, I think. Yeah, sure. There are women that can beat me in a lot of stuff. I can't lift 700 pounds in anything except like a leg press. I can do like 1,000-pound leg press with no issue. There are like not a lot of women. By the way, I will say here's my stats.
その力
Here's my stats. Let's go with my stats. Jason, an average, above average. By the way, I'm above average at this point with my strength and stuff. Above average male. I can bench press 315 pounds. I can squat 350 pounds. My deadlift's a little low at 405. The only people I can't beat that are women are elite women. Above average Jason cannot beat an elite woman. Right? I can't beat an elite woman, but I can beat every above average woman. I can beat every single average woman as a 46-year-old. I think I'm 46 years. Yeah, I'm 46 this year. I can beat every single 46-year-old woman. That's above average. So I should not be able to compete with them, dude. I'm just saying, to protect women, XX chromosomes. We should not have anybody in their league that's an XY chromosome. So now what the WNBA here in the US, we'll use them as an example because they're the most ridiculous. Right now, they can't even define the W in WNBA, which is, by the way, the Women's National Basketball Association. I believe that's what NBA stands for. Women. They can't define a woman. And so now you have males that are like, you know what? I have declared that I am a woman. And I am putting myself in the draft, in next year's draft for the WNBA. There is not one woman in the WNBA that can dunk. Even the lowest of the NBA guys can dunk. Like, how are you going to allow that to be a thing?
その力だ
By the way, the woman you are describing is an exceptional woman, but would not compare to men that are also exceptional men. She just doesn't. It's literally biology, dude. Like Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey was one of the best. Her and Gina Carano are some of the best MMA female fighters. Could not even compete with amateur male fighters. So I don't care what you identify as. It does not bother me. I don't give two shits. The line should be drawn when it comes to competition. Dude, I will tell you at 405 on a deadlift, the bar starts to bend. I can lift a 405 deadlift. Now, can she lift more than me? Sure. I am above average for a male, which makes me massively more strong than above average for a female. It's literal biology. She is an exceptional female. If Eddie Hall decided, you know what, I'm going to identify as a woman, he would break every single woman's record on the face of the planet. Everyone. When it comes to weightlifting. So when it comes to sports, I think there should be a separation. And the people that don't think so are ludicrous to me. It's just ludicrous. You can identify as whatever you want. You can dress however you want. That is your freedom. But when it comes to sports, there is a massively distinct advantage for males. We're built different than women. By the way, males can't do this cool thing called growing a fucking human being inside of us. That's only something a female can do, and by the way, it's a superpower. Like, a female can grow an entire new human being inside of them, and males can't do that. It's a superpower. I don't understand why we want to, like, convolute the whole thing. I don't care who you dress as. I don't care. As long as you're not like, oh yeah, I'm totally a woman. You wish you can do that, but you as a logical human being know that you cannot grow another human being inside of your body. The people that are like, oh yeah, I can totally grow. I am everything a woman is. Yeah. Just because you wish you can do that, you understand as a rational being that you cannot. You can't do that. You understand that. The people that are like, oh yeah, I'm totally a woman. I can do everything a woman can do. You know what you can't do? You can't be pregnant. Yeah, dude, the amount of leaps they would have to do to make that. Well, there's from what I understand, there is a contingent of men also pee sitting down. So, but women can't pee standing up. Like, let's be real, they can. Yeah, so if you are growing a beard as a woman, someone with XX chromosomes, you're growing a beard, it's normally because you have some genetic anomaly. And I don't think we should treat genetic anomalies because it's a fucking anomaly as, oh, because that person can grow a beard, I identify the same way that person does, so I am a man. That's not how it works. Yeah, like I don't. If you're a guy and you want to wear women's clothes and you're like, I feel like a woman, like if you're like the Shania Twain song, by all means feel like a woman. You're not, but you can feel like one. It's okay. Yo, what's up, Crafting Gaming, or whatever your name is? I'm sorry, dude. I've been drinking a lot. I died. Scheiße. Bro, the house bots out here just calling you out, dude. Look, dude, I don't care what you want to identify as. I've never cared. I've never cared. I don't care. You want to change your name, by all means, change your name. You want to be you want to say you're a girl, by all means. But you don't, for when it comes to sports, at the very least. Can we at least agree that men that identify as women should not be allowed to compete in sports with women? Can we at least agree on that? That guy's dead. Yeah, I've never cared. If you want to dress, if you're a guy and you want to dress like a chick, by all means do so. I don't care. If it makes you feel pretty, by all means do so.
この国を生かす。
As long as we're not going against like biology, I don't care. It doesn't bother me, dude.
参れ、関野。
Scheiße. Yeah, the biggest tell on that is that you don't see a lot of women identifying as men and going into men's sports. You don't see it because they already know they can't compete. They just can't. You don't see a woman weightlifter that's like at her peak, deadlifting 700 pounds, going like, you know what? I am a man. I can compete with the males. It ain't fucking happening when people are like, when some of the males are lifting up over like 1,200 pounds or whatever it is in a deadlift, and she's only able to deadlift 700. It ain't gonna happen, dude. She ain't gonna win. Dice. Hit me with an arrow. I've gone past the point. I've gone past the point of Woo! I just realized how much I've been drinking. Ooh, man, I can't even get this guy's second phase now. There we go. I guess I can still get past the second phase.
たぎってきた。行くぞ、関野。
Okay, hold on. Oof. And that killed me. Oh, Death Plus, please. Good God, we're like 3 hours past where I normally end. Ah, Scheiße. That's my own fault. Hey, you know, that's time. Stay with everyone, but at the end of the day, I keep reminding myself it's not about suitcases. The trip is one. Yeah, dude. I will say, I wish I had a better suitcase. I bought for international travel. I bought a suitcase that will do. In the end, all suitcases get messed up by traveling. So I wouldn't worry about necessarily the specific suitcase you want. Because it's just gonna get broken and thrown around and whatever. So personally, I wouldn't worry about it.
Sekiro.
Yeah, I don't have a Samsonite either, dude. They're expensive. And I travel all the time. And I don't have a Samsonite. Yeah, I can't get past second phase anymore. All right. We have made it to where I am sufficiently drunk enough to rant about politics. And genders. Which is not a normal thing for me. And I can't even get past the second phase of that guy. By the way, we did reach a point where I was able to no-hit the first phase and the second phase, and just couldn't do the third phase. So we have improved. I'll try one more time, but I really don't think we're gonna get any better because the amount of alcohol in my system. I literally just ran around into that. This is where I'm at now. I'm done. All right, I've run out of capability to actually fight the boss. We'll have to do a whole nother stream next week on Saturday to finish off this boss. Hopefully, I get there. I think I may actually study some videos and stuff to try and beat him. It's been, what have we done, 1-2 weeks. I am, when I'm not drunk as I am, but I'm not drank as much. We got to a point where I was no-hitting the first boss, the first section of the boss, and the second section of the boss. And then I got to when he has a spear and gun and just couldn't handle it. Wish could. Can't. I gotta learn the moveset. So that's kind of where we're at tonight, dude. I feel like I've advanced some, but not enough to beat him. So that's where we're at tonight. Thank you guys very much for stopping by. Thank you for listening to my political and gender identity rants. Sorry if you don't agree with me. At least you are here and you got to hear a little bit about it. We did go over some history and a bunch of other cool stuff that I feel like I understand. Yeah. So we'll be back Monday with a Breath of the Wild stream. We're not doing Sekiro. Monday and Wednesday is Breath of the Wild. Saturday is our drinking Sekiro stream. I feel like if I didn't drink, I'd probably be able to beat it. But either way, I got a lot of content coming on our travel channel, House of Jacob's Travels. If you guys want to follow me there, please do so. I really need the way YouTube is running their brand new stuff after February 1st. If I do not have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, I don't get partner until I get like 8,000 watch hours, which is fucking insane to me. So we really need to batten that down. I really need to start sharing that stuff, and I really need to edit videos. So tomorrow I'm basically editing videos to get them out, and whatever. Either way, thank you guys very much for hanging out on our live stream for gaming, and I guess I'll see you next time on House Jacobs. Thank you guys very much. Good night.
The stream is now ending. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, do not forget to follow House of Jacobs on Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Also, turn on your notifications so you know when the stream goes live. To know when House of Jacobs will be streaming again, check either Twitter, YouTube posts, Twitch schedules section, or the announcement area of the Discord. If you would like to hang out with the community, you are more than welcome to join the Discord, where I moderate as the community chats, shares memes, and even games. There are several ways to support the channel. 1. Become a subscriber on Twitch. 2. Become a YouTube channel member. Twitch subscribers and YouTube members get first spots for playing community games on stream. 3. Use our Amazon Associate link when you make your Amazon purchase. Amazon Associate link costs you nothing and the channel gets a small percentage of your purchase price. Also, sharing the channel with your family and friends is one of the best ways to support. We appreciate you being here and hope